nothing to discuss more. I get the remedy for this stress, yeah. Double cups ain't shy, yo. See this night, I choose to forget my trouble. I know everybody got things on their mind now, but this time can make it forget though. I get the shy, I get the drinker. If you got mine, I make me link up. Me, I go for party. Me, I go for party. All night I dey sip, I dey smoke, I dey drink or something. See this night in my phone is on silence, I don't wanna hear nothing. Nothing, neither. But this night I choose to forget my trouble for life. I know everybody got things on their mind now, but this time can make it forget though. I get the shy, I get the drinker. If you got mine, I make me link up. Me, I come for party. Me, I come for party. It's just rainy days, I make sure I just let my light shine more. Anytime when it feel like this, I remind myself about this time. Big time, we jamming now. Should we dey look for happiness? Yeah, like we dey feel okay, like we no go that way now. Say we gon' feel amazing, say we gon' feel okay, yo. I know everybody got things on their mind now, but this time can make it forget I get the shy, I get the drinker. If you got mine, I make me link up. Me, I come for party. Me, I come for party.
Welcome to the Aruba HiWinds 2025, the premier water sports in the Caribbean. Focus for this year on the live stream is the PWA Championship. Don't forget, it's gonna be windy, so hold on to those coconuts. And you might be asking yourself, why Aruba? I know, we know, all the kite freaks know, and all the wind freaks know. Constant wind, 23 to 30 knots, north-northeast. And of course, our lovely beaches, warm water, and beautiful, beautiful people. Great that you're watching the live stream, you're following us, making sure you're catching all the vibes on the Aruba HiWinds 2025.
And good morning, everybody, and welcome to the second day here of the Aruba HiWinds 2025, the 37th edition of this competition, something that started in 1986. Just a few friends getting together, having some fun and some vibes down here at what was used to called the Fisherman's Hut location, and recently it has been called Saraquita's Beach in her honor, the 25 times world champion who is competing here as well. Now, a flashback, 37 years later, we are here in 2025, and we have action getting ready on the water. But before we do, we are going to have a little look at what happened out there yesterday. Great day of action. Bear with us as we are just getting the studio ready, as it looks like our AC has come down, so hopefully that will be back very shortly. But let's have a little look at the leaderboards of what happened out there yesterday. All right, so here you can see of the slalom under 21 boys, Brandon Lorojo, Storm Nikolai, and Tamir Mondria, the local Rubian, your top three. A great day there for the under 21 Finn boys. And let's not forget, we started off with the foil and then continued on with the fin. Let's move over to the next category. Under 17s, there you can see Tino Smith, Oliver, and Sonia Alberto, your top three. And this man here, Tino Smits, coming from the Netherlands, the man to beat. At the under 15s, it was Arsene Grompers, your top man, the 0.7 athlete, then Joey Ross and Nikolai. Under 13s, the youngster, Julian Blum and the Matteo Nobels. Incredible to see these young athletes, 10 years of age. Moving over to the women's side, we have Bobby Lindejean, the athlete to beat, winning pretty much everything out there yesterday. Then obviously the three sisters, Kit de Jong and Lonna de Jong, and then Louise van der Mullen. Coming over to the Open, it was a battle in between Nick and Sarah Kita. And then you can see Darwin, Kara, René, all of the athletes having a great time. Caught up with some of them after the Windsurfing Open and just enjoying the beautiful vibes down here in Aruba. Then onto the foil. We were there in the morning. Once again, Brandon Lonho was your top athlete. And also girls under 21 on the foil. You can see once again Bobby Lindejean. So definitely Brandon and Bobby, the top two sailors here, Aruba HiWinds 2025. As now we are just enjoying, as we can see the winds out of the corner of my window. The wind is starting to pick up. Hopefully that fan will get in here because you can see it is hot in here. And we are going to drop it down to the beach as we have DJ with all of the athletes.
Welcome back to the Aruba HiWinds 2025 Day 2. Well, as an MC, I must first apologize for my voice. I've been talking all day yesterday together with Joe, and that of course has a certain effect on your voice. So that aside, let's give a little rundown for what happened yesterday. We had some great conditions, but at a certain point in the day we had some rain, so we had to postpone a bit. But today looks like a great day today. The sun is out and the wind is blasting, of course, and it slowly will pick up for later in the day. So now it's about 23 knots and it will surely pick up to gusts to 30 knots this afternoon. Can't wait for that. For today, we're going to start with the fins first, and then later in the afternoon we're going to start with the foil. So can't wait for that. Yesterday it was switched around. So let's see, and we had a great party, of course, yesterday. After 6, the fun starts, and then we stop at 12. So let's see. For today, we also have a good program. For now, let's go on to the beach, and here we have our next subject. How are you, Guy?
I'm good.
What's your name?
I'm Julian.
And Julian, are you competing in this HiWinds?
Yeah, I'm competing.
Okay, in which group are you competing?
And the barracudas in the shallow water.
The barracudas in the shallow water, yes, and that's what it starts. So also for the HiWinds, we're trying to make, instead of also the PWA, you know, the PWA juniors, huh?
Yeah.
And you see, oh man, that looks good.
Yeah, definitely.
And you want to, you know, one day you want to go and compete in that also, I think, huh?
Yeah, next year, hopefully.
That's the spirit. So that's why we have the barracudas and the guppies to give everybody a sense of competition. And do you think it's exciting, or are you thinking, I'm ready for the next level?
Yeah, I'm also ready for the next level. It's also really exciting. Yeah.
Okay, and the gaming element, do you have your starting watch also?
Oh, no, not yet.
Not yet.
No, not yet.
Because you have to get into that, of course, the starting sequence and everything.
Yeah, next year.
Okay, and you say you look like a turtle, because you look like a ninja turtle, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to protect yourself from the sun over here, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Otherwise, you get sunburned.
That's it. Because we're so close to the equator. So good job on that, no?
Yeah.
Okay, you're looking for any exciting. How did you finish actually in the races?
I finished in the first race. I finished first, and in the second, I finished last because something wasn't good. And in the third race, I was first again.
There you go, man. You see, you have to keep everything in check also with the equipment, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for the interview, and then see you on the water later on, eh?
Yeah.
All right. Good job. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, so now that was a little interview, of course, with the guys that are beginners and the guppies and the barracudas. So for now, that's it for today. We're going to throw it to some interviews we did yesterday, and see you guys in a bit, and then we'll go to Joe in the studio.
Axon, really good afternoon for you on the fin. Talk me through it.
It was really good, but at the last race, it was kind of bad. I started out last, I had no wind. Everybody was on top of me, so I just tried my best and got third place behind Bobby Lynn. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that one.
It's the Bonarians on top in your fleet. How is it fighting with the guys that you train with back home?
It's very good. fighting with Tijo at this moment. But at the same time, we keep pushing, but at the same time, his starts are better. So yeah, can't help it.
How have you been training this winter?
We've been training a lot. Me and Tijo, we've been training a lot with Tati. So it's been really good at the Friends Paradise.
And what top tips has Tati given you for this event?
He's learning us how to jive, our starts, everything. So it's
And so cool to be catching up with all the athletes. You can see DJ down there on the beach this morning. As you mentioned, we are going to be going into sequence right away as we are live here at Aruba HiWinds 2025. Getting ready to go, as I can see, looking out of the corner of my booth here, I got perfect front row seats. Get out the popcorn, crack open the coconuts as we have a red flag coming our way. Let's go out onto the boat. About 1 minute out as we are going to be going into sequence. Red flag with your Finn boys under 21. So you can see Storm Nikolai there. He was the winner of the under 17s last year, and he is now playing in this division. Let's see how he goes. Yesterday he was 5th overall in that category. The leader of that category was Brendan Lawhose. You can see there, just second from the right. He is the man to beat. And let's not forget Tammy Modria, your Arubian, one of the local wonder kids, and a full fleet of riders, of sailors getting ready to rumble, as we can see them just waiting next to that start boat. Once again, it is a starboard start. We have 4 boys, 4 marks, so they're going to be jiving, each one of them flying themselves downwind, trying to go as fast as possible, and then get themselves across the line and see who can be the winner today. Let's not forget that every single heat is as if it's a final, so every single heat has, that is the result of that elimination. The idea, I've been told, is to run through 4 or 5 eliminations, and here we can see, does look like the athletes are planing, and if I'm not mistaken, that was going to be some of the Arubian boys. Yep, there you go, number 20, so that's going to be Tammy Mochia. And just behind him is most probably going to be Storm, as we just get a vibe of what is happening out there on the water as we are going into action. And they are just cruising. Just having a little practice run as everybody is waiting down at that start line. I mean, look at these conditions. You can see here one of the 0.7 wonder kids, and behind him, yes, that is going to be Storm. As we get ready to go, we're starting off with Finn, so different than yesterday. Finn is going to be the first category. And let's have a little roll in as these athletes are just warming up. Maybe we can see if the drone can go to the second athlete. And we're just waiting for information because I was told. Okay, so that's good to know. as it does look like we have started. So we did unfortunately miss the whole starting sequence of that one. So we will be getting back to you, but without a doubt, it is going to be Tammy is going to be your first athlete, and maybe let's see if the drone can go close in on that second athlete. Here we go. All right. So you can see that's going to be Mario Buckenstager. So your top two here in this heat. So it looks like out of 8 athletes that should have been in this heat, only 2 have started. So we do apologize for that. We just thought they were warming up, but there was half of the fleet missing. But getting going, we've got about 22 knots of wind to go as we continue on here. Day number 2 here, Aruba HiWinds. And if I'm not mistaken, we will be going into starting sequence on that starting boat very shortly because we have a 7-minute turnover. So they're going to have a 3-minute transition and then the 4 minutes of actual starting sequence. Oh, now it's getting close. Okay, Mario, Tammy, Mario. That is a beautiful image here from our drones. Shout out to the Dutch drone gods who are getting as close as humanly possible. And now it is going to be Mario who has the upper hand. You can see him just pulling away slightly as they are making their way up to that final jibe. So here you can see racking it around. And it does look like Mario having a bit of a better jibe. Tammy there, unfortunately, losing a lot of speed. So it looks like Mario is going to be going and getting the first position here of your Finn Boys under 21. As I mentioned before, idea is okay, so it does look like there's a mix-up, as hopefully we'll be able to get closer. So yes, that was Storm. So let's see if we can try and get the race from the start to the next one. There it is, red flag. And we continue on. So Storm Nikolai, your winner, MB 2008. And let's have a look at the replay. All right, and we're back. So 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes to go for heat number 2. So that's going to be your under 17, 15, 13, and under 21 girls. PWA Youth event down here, Aruba HiWinds 2025. It looks like we're off to a start, and we will be able to grab this race from the very beginning here on that start boat, meaning that we will see who are those top positions. There we can see Ben making sure that everybody is in line. Yellow flag at less than 2 minutes. So 2 minutes until that green flag goes up. Haven't had any general recalls yet. And it does look like, looking out the corner of my booth here, I can see at least 8 or 9 athletes up, meaning that this is going to be a complete race. Not quite sure what happened with the one before, as there was a lot of people missing. Okay, so there you can see some of the athletes getting ready in this division as we are less than 2 minutes out. And there you can see all of the athletes getting ready to get outside of that triangle. Let's not forget they cannot be inside of that triangle in that final minute as we get off to a start here. Aruba wins 2-5-25. And hopefully we will get a nice close-up shot of this start. All right, here we go. Look at that image. This is what we want to see at the start of every heat to see who is going across that line. Green flag in the sky. Let's see if it's a clean start. I reckon it does look like it is a clean start. So let's see if that is going to be Tino Smits out there on the 0.7. If it is a green helmet, it will be. If not, it's going to be Arsene Grumpert. So let's see if we can go in on the black cell, who is the first athlete, a little bit further to the left. But look at that beautiful image. Also, you can see the DeJohns there as well. It looks like we're just having a little bit of a connection. Is that a green helmet or not? All right, so it doesn't look like it's a green helmet. So I'm going to go off on a limb here, and it's going to be Arsene Grumpert is going to be in first position. One of the 0.7 future flyers. Won the under 15s last year. Second place, that does look like it's going to be Smits with the green helmet. A little hard to see here. We will get that FPV drone back as soon as possible. Look at that. Tino is starting to fly as the banter in between these two guys. Here we go. FPV is in the air. So let's get this guy flying right to those top two. The million-dollar question, who has the green helmet? Because then we will know who that leader is. All right, so it's looking like there is going to be Tino up in first position. Here you can see in second position, that is going to be Arsene. So we know Tino was battling out with Storm last year. Storm making his way into the under 21 division this season, coming in 5th position yesterday. And then when it comes to your Finn Slalom, we saw yesterday it was Tino Smits who was in the lead every single time. But the battle of the 0.7s here, the two Black Devils flying across, and great work here from our drones as they are as close as can be. And that way we can see the action firsthand out on the water. I mean, look at that. They are flying. I've been told athletes are out on 7.3s to 7.5s generically. So it's a little lighter than it was yesterday afternoon. But the forecast is that the wind is going to be better this morning. Oh, on the inside, Arsene trying to get a little bit more. But beautiful drive there from Smits right back up on the plane, meaning that he can make his way and all along to that 4th mark. One final jive for these two athletes. And then it's going to be a big sprint all the way home. And what beautiful conditions we have here in Aruba. It's windier as you get further and further away from shore. A little gusty on the inside. But I mean, every single day you wake up here with the sunrise, 6:30-ish in the morning, so they say. And you will be able to see why this is considered one of the most beautiful islands of the Caribbean. Now, cutting it close, opening it out on the inside. Arsene on the inside. Can he get that speed back? He does. We might have a battle on our hand here. Now we are talking. Youngster undercutting the more experienced athletes. Oh, Mum, put away the China. The boys are out here to play. Here we go. What about the final 250 meters? Smith's trying to catch up. He is speeding and giving all of the beans. But it is going to be, at the moment, Arsene is going to be in the lead. But, oh, Smits is coming. It is going to come down to the wire. Who is going to go across first? It is going to be Arsene with that beautiful jibe on the final mark. Congratulations to him. Taking the win here in heat number 1, elimination number 1. Great riding there. Hey, it ain't over to the buzzer, and we are 3 minutes away from that next heat starting, which is going to be your Windsurfing Open. Tell you what, let's have a look at the replay, because there was some feisty action there in that last heat. Okay, so you can see here, Tino is a little bit further up top on this mark number 3, but everything came down to that final jibe. Arxen here on the inside. There it is. This is the one that made the difference. Back on the plane as quick as possible. Pedal to the metal. And like a bat out of hell, all the way to the finishing line and taking a win. So 1-0 there for the youngster of the 0.7 team riders. All right, so coming up next here, we can see you have your open windsurf division. Yesterday, we saw Nick doing a very, very good performance. And then, of course, Sarah Kita, then with Darwin Quero, René Delors, Marcel Nobels, Arno Brouwer, and Sandro Herold, who also has his youngster in this competition. So father and son, Little Grasshopper versus Mr. Miyagi, who's going to come out on top. And also joining me here in the booth, good morning, my man, DJ. How you feeling?
I'm good, Joe. Well, a lot of talking yesterday, emceeing, so sorry for the voice. It's a bit cracked up, but yeah, happy to be here, sit next to you, and yeah, enjoy this race as we are, yeah, looking at ourselves here. And yeah, we're waiting on the next possible start. Let's see how this goes in the open windsurfing class.
Yeah, we should be getting there close. I mean, I tell you one thing about Aruba, it is hot. I mean, look at this. It is getting hot in here.
Yeah, we have, you know, we're dedicated. So even for you guys at home, we're. The AC stopped working, but we're dedicated and let's do this.
It's better. I tell you what, this is better than the cold. It is such a beautiful location. We have crystal blue waters. It's about 30 to 35 degrees, and you can just see how. One of the things I really noticed about Aruba, and I've only been here a couple of days, it's the family vibe. Everybody is about helping each other. You see the younger generations, the middle generations, but hey, an event that's been going on for 37 years, fathers, sons, cousins, you name it, they're down here 30 seconds until that windsurfing open.
Yeah, no, it's, yeah, that's the whole thing about the Aruba HiWinds. Again, I can't say it too much, you know, stress it too much. It's all people having a good time, generation from generation, literally. So yeah, I can't wait for that. All right, let's see our next start.
All right, so this is the view, DJ. You can see just nice and easy all of the athletes going as we're getting ready for that windsurfing open. We know that yellow and pink JP, Neil Pry JP is going to be Nick. Oh, Sarah Kita, meaning business coming on the outside, and it looks like Nick is at the far top. So once again, the dynamic duo is a battle. Let's see who is going to be going the fastest here. Also, a couple more athletes there in the middle. We'll get close to them and see if we can see some of the names. I think it's going to be Tom is going to be one of them. So you can see there, number 30. I think that was Sandro Herold. Just catching the eye there, as he's the only athlete with 3 in his number.
Yep. But
definitely that is going to be Nick out in front. Once again, just proving he's one of the athletes to beat out here today. He did awesome yesterday, taking the win every single time. Yeah. And obviously Sarah Kita in second position. There she is, just closing in there second.
Somebody sneaking in for the taking that spot. So we've seen that again, that tactic, that strategy of making a shorter turn around the buoy and making, getting that quick planing jibe and trying to cut on the inside there. It's like Formula One.
Oh, just look at that. He is just cruising across the racing course. Let's not forget, starboard start, 4 buoys, 4 marks. Nice downwind course, making it really entertaining for us and for the people back home. And a little less sun today, is a little bit more of a cloud, but forecast is saying that's going to burn out and we're going to have beautiful weather coming at us. But still, board shorts for life is definitely the definition over here.
That's why I'm here over here, Joe. And the thing is, Nick, I spoke to him yesterday after the races, and it makes it looks easy giving shakas to the drone gods, but that guy, he says, DJ, I was burning, my legs were burning, I could barely hold on, and I was really blasting. And I see on the inside somebody's coming in. Nick has problems planing. I think the wind died out a bit there on that spot, and this is a strategical thing here at the huts. I must tell you, there are lulls and there are gusts, and the one who can get it can get it. Let's see who's in first position, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how fast they're going, so let's get a little bit closer. What's the number? What is the magic number? Go on the other side of him. This is where we need a paintball gun. Just a couple of shots. 2011. So it is looking like, I'm going to say the only person we do not have a number on is Reynolds. So maybe it would be Reynolds.
Yeah.
But that did look like NE 2011. So unfortunately, he's not on our list. So
No.
he is crashed out. So we will find out who that athlete is. But it looks like Nick back in second position. And as we're getting closer, you can see the Gastras just going around as well. Exciting stuff here. Windsurfing open. Anybody can be in this category. And of course, the queen of the island, Sarah Keita, joining us after this location being named after her. Changed her ticket from Pozo. And you can see there also looking like it was Aruba 919. So I feel it's going to be Tom or Marcel's. Maybe let's see if the drone can go close again. That way we can actually have more than 2 seconds to find out who it is. Aruba, I'm going to say 30.
Well, it looks like Marcel Nobels for me. It looks like 20.
I'm going to agree with you there.
Yeah. So that's also the same for yesterday. So the nice thing about this windsurfing open class, the people listening at home, everybody can join in here and compete in this class. I know we have the PWA juniors, but with this open class, you can also be in this live stream if you want to compete. They just finished in this heat for the windsurfing open. And the red flag is up, and that's for the next round in the PWA Finn Boys under 21. So we're waiting on that part and seeing who has a clean start. Interesting to see if Mario again is going to battle it out again. And I'm very, very curious what Tame is going to do. We saw Tame had a great start there in the beginning, holding that lead until I think the last buoy, the last turn, and then on the long stretch, Mario came back in again. It's such a skill level, and also the instruction about the location. It's an offshore wind, meaning offshore can be has moments of lulls and gusts. And the best windsurfer that can read the water, it's not just only holding on and just having a good sail and a good board. It's really, really reading the water in the ahead to see where is the lull and where is the gust. What do you have to do when there's a lull with windsurfing? You have to drop downwind. That means you have to make a strategic choice how you're going to approach that next buoy. It may look simple, just like a straight line, but it isn't. They're all that CPU in their brain is calculating what to do, and that's also where they can make a choice. And the yellow flag is up, waiting for that one. So Joe, what do you think?
Yeah, so 2 minutes. So that's elimination number 1 done. We're going to move into elimination number 2. So your under 21s are going to be coming our way. Let's not forget we saw Storm Nikolai taking the win there of that heat number 1, elimination number 1. Yesterday, he was 5th overall, so improving. Looks like he's into his groove, and obviously it's his first year of an under-21. He moved up from the under-17s where he would win everything, so starting to play with the big boys, and looks like he's coming out swinging.
Yeah, and as I said before, I'm very curious again about Tame. He took the lead, and that means there's an improvement, and also in the startup. So we see Dixon is here, Storm, we can see the nice headshots, Mario and Jacek getting ready to battle it out. A yellow flag was won that Tame on the left right there. Can't wait for again to see what's happening. And Brendan Lorno, yes, also there every time in that top 3.
Yeah, let's not forget Brendan. Yesterday, he was the man who took the win. So he is your overall leader so far. And then, of course, in second position, Casper, and third position, Benedict. That was on the foil side. And then moving on to the fin side is what we have here on the water. It was Brendan, Storm, and Tame. So there you can see Storm second place here on the fin, 5th position on the foil. Very complete athlete. But Brandon top on both of the disciplines. So it definitely, without a doubt, he is the guy to beat out there. And there you can see with the watch on the stick, we are just coming up on 10 seconds, meaning the athletes are starting to fly towards us. Look at that shot.
Oh, it's very tight. It's very tight. Let's see if they don't have an over early start to see that green flag on the boat. Tame looking good. Yes, that looks like a clean start. Very exciting. Tame again in that lead, but lower on the on the lower buoy. But when you go downwind, so he's further down, let's see if this can be an advantage for the turn. But as mentioned before, these guys really know how to do it strategically. Let's see.
Okay, so it looks like we have Storm up there in front. We can see Brandon in second position as they are now switching it up, as you can see from that top angle. That is beautiful. Look at the colors.
Oh,
it is crystal out there, DJ.
Oh, man, I love it. I love it. That's why we surf out there every day. We have the consistent winds here. Looking good here on that turn. It's going to be a very exciting race. I see everybody has a bit of on that first buoy. Have a problem with the turn, as we saw later with Nick. So you see in the lead right here is Brendan.
Yeah, Brendan in the lead. Is looking like in the second position. That is going to be Storm. Nikolai, as you can see in there with the Severn. This is beautiful footage from your Dutch drone gods. This is what we want to see. Now we are talking.
Perfect. Yes, I love these shots. And the thing about also this area, sorry to interrupt on that part, is everything is shallow, so there's less danger. We have an offshore wind, and we see here on the second place, if I'm not mistaken, going to that first third to the let me see the second buoy. Let's see, the wind is a bit better there, so they're going good. There's Storm there in the second position, chasing there for that first one, and let's see how they're going to make it at that third buoy. So you see there's a bit of a lull there and that area with the first and the third buoy. So let's it's going to be interesting, because we saw also Nick with that turn having some trouble right there. So it's going to be interesting. It's an extra factor in that sense here. So I'm curious what's going to happen there, Joe.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw it, as you just mentioned, Nick, he had that lull, and then he did it kind of catch up again, but he was the one that missed out on that section. There are lulls out there. It's all about navigating. Of course, a lot of the Arubians, you know, like the likes of Tamia, who we can see them in third position out there on that 0.7 black. But these two athletes, Brendan and Storm, they have gone out early in front. But this guy here, Brendan Lorho, France 113, is the man of the event so far. Be it foil or be it fin, he is in the lead. I mean, just look at that. This is what we call a dominating performance.
Yes, it is. And also saying that he's upping the game right here. Also for Tame, he has to keep up with the best. And this guy is very consistent. Let's see in his approach to the turn, because we can all learn from this. You see, he came in slowly downwind and making a sharp turn, keeping that constant pace and keeping it planing, making a planing jibe and just blasting here, and the Dutch drone gods following him right there. Maybe have a look behind, because he has to see where the rest is, but normally they're just eating his spray, and he's just going right there, giving them a nice shower. Look at that, going to the finishing boat. Nice shot right there. And let's see who comes in second, but it looks like a steady third for Tame.
Yeah, it does. I mean, he's been very consistent. Let's have a little look at the results from yesterday. So Tame, yesterday, third position. So he's right. Consistency is key. You know, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. We have 4 days of action down here, 28th of May to the 2nd of June here for the 2025 Aruba HiWinds. There we can see Storm going across the line in second position. And if we just wait on this image to see that black 0.7 cell appear, unless something happened on that previous jibe.
Yeah, there's a big gap right there,
That
Joe.
is a very big. Those top two definitely setting the tone. But yes, it is going to be Tame coming across in the second position. And speed all the way to the end. So your top 4, there they are. And now we continue on as we move over to your PWA Thing boys under 17, 15 and 13. And then your girls under 21, as yesterday it was Bobby Lynn Dijon was definitely the lady to beat. And while we're waiting for that one to start, let's check the replay of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody. Okay, DJ, there's starting to be some people on the beach. There's the vibe down here. And as you said earlier this morning, hold on to your coconuts because it is going to get fast out there on the water.
Yes, it is, man. You got to get used to holding those coconuts because, yeah, it's getting more windier up there. And we're seeing here Bobby Lynn right there dominating, very consistent also. And seeing Matteo Nobles, I can't believe I'm seeing this guy here straight on the images here because he's been running around a lot here. And we have these other shots in the background if you see, and those are the kids, the barracudas and the guppies preparing right there. And that's where they all started. Again here, Tycho Smits also is very consistent. Oliver van Sisseren, also a local boy. Sontje Alberto, he's all just as he smiles, that's how he is, man. He's very happy and to be here. And Joey Ross also small, but also battling it out with these guys.
I like the power stance there from Nobels, from Matteo. He's just like cross-armed. He's like, hey, how you doing? This is me. I'm small, but you watch out. I can throw a punch. So it's so cool to see the younger generations coming out onto the water. And, you know, we've been saying it time and time after over here on the stream. HiWinds, it really is a family event where you can see, you know, sons, fathers, mothers, daughters, you name it. They're all out on the water. And then, of course, you know, the kids wanting to kick a little bit of the parents. The parents wanted to hold that the glory position. I think it's a really cool thing to see, and this is what the sport is about.
It is, and also just not even locally Aruba, but also Bonaire is part of the family. And coming back on this. Oh, sorry. Yes, we're gonna go back here to the start. I'm very curious if Bobby Lynn, Kit, and Louise, and also Lonna, can keep it consistent. Looks like a clean start right there, Joe.
It does. So we can see that was one of the 0.7. So that's either going to be Smits or it's going to be Arxen. Let's not forget, if it's the green helmet, it's Smits. If it's not the green helmet, it is Arxen. Also, Bobby Lynn is out there. When it comes to the De Jon's sisters, we're going to have a purple NP will be Lona, and then it's going to be Kit who has that orange helmet. So I'm going to say, very hard to call that one out, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that is going to be Bobby Lynn as she is on that top position. Here it is NB. That's going to be Arxen. So once again, Arxen, let's not forget, on that previous race, he did that beautiful cutting on the inside jibe on that mark number 4 and took the win. So far, Arxen first, Bobby Lynn second, and there you can see Smits in third position.
Okay, that's good to see Smits also in that third position, holding on to that third place. And we have a good view of the turns because it's also about the first, second, and third. But don't forget, all those other competitors are close by. Look at here, speeding up, going right there. Arxen doesn't joke around. He's going steady for the win, going for that second buoy. Let's see how he makes that turn right there. We have a great shot, and also from everybody at home, we can also learn for his tactical view. Let's see. He's making a planing. He's planing slowly towards the buoy, opening up, keeping it planing, opening up the sail, switching sail, slowly, but keeps it planing. Nice second place also. Let's see who's there in second place, Joe.
I think that's going to be Tino, because I can see it's the other. Yeah, that's going to be Smits in second place. First place, we can see Arxen. So again, a battle of these two athletes for the brand bragging rights. You know, part of the Future Fly 0.7 athletes. And let's see, I was told that they were on anything from a 6.5 to a 7.3 is the information I got from the beach. And there you can see MB 2011. So it looks like now Arxen first position, and then second position. There you can see 1-1-1-1, and that is going to be Tiho.
Oh, he made a very wide turn there, but kept it planing, so good decision. But every time on the inside right there, keeping it tight is Tico. And you see he's getting closer also. So that turn was really an advantage. I see Tico slowly crawling up right there. This is going to be an interesting turn at the third buoy right there, Joe. This is I'm gonna.
Is there going to be revenge? Because it was the other way round before. Tio was out in first place, and it was Arxen who came on the inside. Are we going to see that given back to him? He is definitely looking for that inside line. Now Arxen, he's going to want to shut that door on him if he can. Formula One style, Hamilton versus Alonso. Does he go in? He leaves the... Oh, he closes the door. That is quality riding, and it's going to come down to who has the pumping and planing power But great defense there from Akshan.
Yes, and you see what the risk of their making that tactical move, that is they had to less concentrate on a planing jibe and more close that door, meaning you didn't plane. So there from who pumps the fastest and gets planing the fastest also wins in there. Now again, they're going on that long stretch, and you see that Tico is in a second place, and he's really riding up there, and there is Arkson in that first place, going right there for the finish.
2 for 2 for Arkson, and I mean, great riding there from Smits as well. That was the only thing he could do. He had to go aggressive. He had to try and force that inside line, but Arkson shutting the door and slamming the guillotine on him hard. And here we're going to start to see some of the other athletes coming through. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, it's definitely going to be some of the Dugon. It might even be Louise there, but just pixeling out as there's a bit of different distance here on our drone. But we will find out results. But without a doubt, Arkson is on a roll. Heat number 2, elimination number 2, 2 first positions there for him. So now we move on to your windsurfing open. Once again, heat 2, elimination number 2 of the day. It is already on a roll, and here we can see our start boat getting ready. As let's not forget, we have a 7-minute turnover, meaning that as soon as the green flag goes up, 3 minutes later we go into sequence. But before we go into sequence for that next heat, as everybody is just chilling out there and getting ready because it's nice and shallow, let's check the replay of that last heat. All right, so yellow flag in the sky, less than 2 minutes, windsurfing open. Once again, we saw in that previous heat, it was going to be Nick and Sarah Kisa, your top 2 athletes. And a beautiful scenery. And here you can see these are the gladiators that are going to go out in our Coliseum. That is the Aruba HiWinds 2025 down here at Sarakitas Beach. There are very few people in the world that can say, hey, where are we going to go and ride? At my beach. I mean, it doesn't get better than that.
Yes, it is, and she does, you know, really earn it. And from the beginning, she's been here, and we all, you know, rooting for her as Arubians. But also, I was making that little link with Bonaire. Is what they taught me. The mother of Sarakita and the father of Sarakita is bringing those islands together. And I still remember back in the days with Tonki and Tati Frans. Yes, I'm that old. They came over and everybody was sleeping. You know, it's very private what I'm saying here. But they were crashing at Sarakita's place just to make sure that they had a seat at the table of, you know, getting known and competing international. And I really like the bond we have with Bonaire. It's really, really family. So it's not just Aruba. It's also that, you know, windsurfing brings people together, as we said, and it's just friendship. It's competitive, but good banter and good competing with each other, bringing each other to the next level.
I think, I mean, that's one of the most important things with water sports as well. It is, you know, let's not forget, it is a tribal sport. It's a tribal community. You know, go back to surfing. It was all about keeping yourself together, your brotherhood, your sisterhood, those friends that, you know, family isn't chosen, it's made. And I think that is such an important thing that you can see with the generations coming up. And I mean, look, the windsurfing opens, you've got all different ages. You've got some of the parents of the ones that are in the youngster division, as you can see, just getting started. All the way on the top corner, I can see the pink and the yellow. So that's going to be Nick out there in first position there. We can see Sarah Kita as well as they start to power their way in. And as we get a little bit closer, we'll be starting to call out some of the names of these open windsurfers, the 0.7 there. And let's see that Gastra. But look at that, flying across these waters. I mean, DJ, what a beautiful place to call home.
I would say so, yes, and that's why we always surf right here. And we also like to surf all the way to the edge of the island right there. Just give it 20 more minutes and you're at the end right there. Nice turn there on the second position, and Nick still holding on to there, blasting, going fast over there. And again, I spoke to him yesterday. I said, Nick, you make it look easy. He said, DJ, I'm holding on for dear life. My legs are cramping. Don't forget, after this also they're going to do the long distance. So it is an endurance race. It's not just these races. They're competing the whole day, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, but with a smile on their face. There's not a doubt, with a smile on their face. And the ultimate prize is that cold one at the end of the day. With the, let's not forget, we have some night activities down here at the festival as well, where we can see local bands. Yesterday we saw some of the dance associations here of the islands getting everybody up on their feet. Just a little salsa, a little music, some little reggae. It's just such a cool culture. And I think, you know, an event like HiWinds really portrays what the island has and how important these water sports have been for taking the island to other places in the world and people knowing what Aruba is.
Yes, very true. And also the organization of the HiWinds, while we're looking at these beautiful images, is we're also recycling, we're also bringing in youth. It's like a little, you know, board where you can jump off for everybody to get a little notice and get a little podium to show their stuff. Also, the prizes this year are designed by local youth from a new design academy in Aruba. Also, they made the prizes, made it from partly recycled materials. So everybody gets their shot in here, and that's what it's all about. All love. I think the theme is love, my friend Joe.
It certainly is, and you can feel it left, right, and center. And I mean, you know, we're all water enthusiasts here. It doesn't matter. A little hop. Oh, scary. Oh, drone down. I don't know if it's down or we've gone Star Wars, but he definitely had a shock, I can tell you that. Nick just doing a little chop hop. Hopefully he didn't also do a baseball bat on our drone. But I mean, these guys, they do go close. But yeah, so continuing on, Nick. See if we can see the size. I was told 7'2", but it doesn't look that big. I reckon maybe they've gone down, but yeah, oh, a little hand drag there as well. Shaq is to you as well, my friends.
Looks like a 7-0. And yeah,
7-0, there you go. Okay, 0.2 off, not too bad.
No, but just still holding on. But I mean, just
missed it by that much, mate.
That's it. Well, sometimes that can be a lot. Yeah, but you see Nick just chop hopping in between. It just shows they're competing. Okay, he has a big lead, of course, but just having fun and enjoying the competition and you know, everybody battling it out in good fun, finishing first right there, and also looking to finish. That's going to be also a bit exciting. They're close. I think it's Sarakita and I think maybe Reinout. It's hard to see, but making it close. I've seen a few close finishes, these close calls. I mean, people just relaxing to the finish while the other one is creeping from behind and thinking, okay, I will overtake you in the last minute. But yeah, it's looking interesting.
It's all smiles until we get on that race course. It's all smiles until we get on that race course. But no, I mean, let's just look at these images. You know, this is the Caribbean. Crystal blue waters, the white sand, the wind is perfect, and you know, the athletes have the oceans to themselves. And to be able to race against friends, that is what we want to see. And while talking about what we want to see, let's check out the highlights and the replays of that last heat. DJ, tell me about your homeland. I mean, look at that. You can see everything from the kitchen all the way through to the lounge.
I can see my house from here is the famous word. I can see the haystack in the back. These are the hotel areas, and we are on the left side right there. That's our reef in front of there where we can safely walk or teach. So we have our offshore winds here right here, and as you can all see the kite surf and windsurf school. You can see Jeroen, you see the Blue Highway, you can see AAV, yellow flag is up. We can see Armando's Kite Shack. It's all love. So it's all the kite schools also together here and windsurfing schools, and we know each other. It's also a very nice knit community, and this is actually the place where everybody gets together to at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock to have a, you know, a sundowner and relax and meet friends and family. So the thing you actually see here is actually what's every weekend here. So let's see at our competitors right there in the fin. Boys, Mario, you can see him every time. That's our number one right there, this is elimination number 3, so also keeping track of that, of course. It looks sort of like we're going to go till 5 if everything goes okay, and maybe extend to 6, but it looks like it's very clear right there, so we're going to keep it at 5 if I'm not mistaken. David also from the Fast, very nice guy. Also, I know him, very small, working here locally at the windsurf school for Vela, so he has his chance right here also, besides just racing, practicing his hobby right there, and going to school as a good kid, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's so cool to see also, you know, some of the athletes that they work in the windsurfing schools, work in the kite surfing schools, and then they have also students that they've taught are also getting in, where you can see in the Windsurf Open. I mean, it's giving back in the end.
It is, and that love, and that's been shown since day one, and I can't name her enough, you know, Sarakita and her mother. Behind that girl is, you know, the mother who also pushed and went everywhere. And I think for all PWA competitors.
All right, so there you can see that green flag is about to hit the sky. 10 seconds on the old watch there, as we are going to be going with Finn Boys under 21 here for your PWA Junior Youth Events, Aruba HiWinds 2025. That is going to look like, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Brandon and Storm. Yep, so that is going to be Brandon there on the right-hand side, France 113, and then we can see NB 2008. So Storm and Brandon and Storm. Let's see if Storm can bring the lightning.
Yes, I think so, and let's see about that first buoy, because we saw at the last elimination that there was a problem, or not problem, a challenge, let's we call that, at the first buoy. So let's see if we can keep it planing. Also, the wind shifts, so sometimes it can be a lull around the buoy, but also sometimes it can be back. So nice jibe around there. Keeps it planing, very good. Nice tight little turn right there by Storm, and he's catching up right there. And again, this could be a nice tight battle, so he's closer than normal. So normally Brendan was far in the lead, but seems like Storm learned a bit, got a bit of a different strategy, or is gripping his boom tighter and hugging it closer, that sail going downwind.
Yeah, you can see there the S2 Maui, the Venom, as they are flying across. So you can see, we saw that Nick was on a 7.0, and we've been told that the average sail out there on the water, it goes anything from a 6.5 to 7.2. So there we can see in the background also Storm there with the Severn as they are flying across the race course. And we're going to go in nice and close here. I mean, look at that image. This is paradise for slalom right now. We've got, just having a look at the meter, we've got anything from 20 to 23 knots, got all the way up to 30 yesterday, but then that rain shower, that tropical storm came through and the wind kind of started to get a little fluky. Hence why today we have started with the Finn, is because yesterday the Finn athletes got a little bit of the worst side of the wind shift, so to speak. So then, as conditions of our race director Emmy decided that we will start with the Finns, balances it out, fair for everybody. But of course, in the end, we have to get through almost 6 different categories, which is a big range of conditions. And, you know, you want to try and keep everybody as happy as possible and as fair as possible out here on the water.
Yes, as always, you try to keep everybody happy and that sort. And when the wind is a bit lighter, as you said, we bring out the foils, because you tend to have need less wind, and you can battle it out and have a good race with a bit less wind. And of course, for windsurfing, you want to be blasting in order to plane with the Finn division. You really need some good winds, and that's what we have here on Aruba. Let's see this turn right here. Looks like a good turn by Brendan, and keeping it not planing, but just keeping it going. Let's see if Storm can make use of that on that turn. Brendan looking backwards, see if he had made any mistakes. It looked like a good gap right there. Storm kept it consistent, also going through for that next finish right there. And again, Brendan in that first position. I see Storm is catching up right there. Brendan is not taking any risk, not going too fast, but Storm is thinking, hey, I got to chase this guy, closing the gap right there, if I'm not mistaken. Look at that, really blasting it. So you really have to be consistent until the end, not make any mistakes. Brendan finishing there close to the boat, and Storm a bit more downwind of the buoy. And very interesting to see on that race. Let's see who comes into the third, because that's I'm very eager to see who's that. Could be Tame, as he is steady third, so let's keep an eye on that.
Yeah, just making their way to that final section as they've gone all the way past. Yet another heat number 1, elimination number 3 there of your under 21s Finn boys here for the PWA event in Aruba. Check the replay of that last heat.
All right, and we're back right here and having a nice view of the beach, and we're getting ready for the PWA Finn boys under 17, under 15 and under 13. And let's see if we can have the same results and in Bobby Lin and Kit de Jong and Lonne de Jong on the female division, and of course Arkson and Tico Smits getting ready right there. And again, looking out on these beautiful conditions, we cannot say it enough, we cannot stress it enough. This beautiful view, I'm looking at the water, the wind, everybody's working hard to bring it in a live stream at home. Yellow flag is up, and keeping an eye on that position. And also in this shot, you can see the guppies and the barracudas in the red bibs also fighting it out right there. And here we have it in our third elimination. Bobby Lin on the left, Kit right there, and Lonne. Matteo standing there strong. He's a small little fella, but keeps it nice and smooth in the results. And of course, Olivier Vassistre, Tico right there, and Soncha Alberto. Conditions are looking good, nice and steady with the wind. Yesterday we had some lulls, and here we can have a nice shot of the hotel area on the right side, slowly crawling up to the start boat right there. And you see everybody has their watches, and it's all about that hot start right there, slowly creeping up. This is actually very exciting in the race pre-start. Who has the best strategy? And this is also very determining. And you can see all the way down, somebody's coming in very good. And let me try to see if I can keep an eye on the competitors. 3 are close. Let's see if Arkson and Tico can get it going right there. Once I can see some sail numbers, then I can help out on there. That's number 46 right there. If I'm not mistaken, that's Lonne. Let's see how these competitors go. On third position, there we have Soncha. Soncha right there, holding on to the third position. Ooh, let's see what's happening here at the... Ooh, that is not good. She has to turn around. She's stuck at the buoy right there. Oh, this is new for us in this division, and the other ones are making use for that. Oh, this is going to be a very interesting race right here. I think Soncha is right there in second position. Let's see if we can hold that. And everybody's chasing up right there, and slowly creeping in right there is Tico, making use of the whole situation. Soncha holding on right there for dear life. He's got his boom very high, putting his weight in there. Let's see what's happening here. This is a very interesting race right there. And Tico is holding on to that second position. Soncha holding on to the third. And slowly coming in. A good shot to see the strategic choice, or cutting on the inside. And making sure he's taking out that position. Oh, looks like a good turn. And Tico made right what was wrong from the start. So he sees he didn't make a good start, but he catches up, of course, in his speed on that part. Tico Smits, Boneru in the house, going for that finish right there. And maybe we can have a look who is in the second position. Cruising right there, little chop right there. You see how fast he's riding that there. Pulling in right there, close shot by the Dutch drone guards. Oh, that looks so good. I want to go on the water right now. And finishing right there, Tico Smit. Others making the turn right there for Bonaire. Sontje still going good. And I think he went to 4th position. And the rest is, no, that's 5th position. Nice big wide shot to see the distances between the riders themselves. And, ooh, there's some trouble right there by Sontje, if I'm not mistaken. Trying to hold on right there. Nice inside turn. Ooh, that's very close right there at that last buoy. Ooh, they're cutting it close. Let me see. Oh, my fault. That is still Tico right there, going right there for that last one. Riding it in right here. Very tight there on the 3rd and 4th position. Let's see how they come in right here to the finish boat. It's going to be a close call on the 3rd and 4th. Very exciting. Ooh, even Tico has some problem right there. And Sontje finishing the 3rd right there. So that looks very promising right there. Now we're going to go over to the replay and see that match again. Very interesting.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on here, moving into elimination number 4. Yesterday, we did 4 eliminations. The idea today is to be doing 5, but I am going to say it looks like we might have athletes coming back. So waiting to see if I can get some info for you. But so far, we will be continuing on elimination number 4 coming up next. But here we have heat number 3, elimination number 3, your windsurfing open. And once again, here you can see all the players going to go out on the water as we are moments away from that green flag hitting the sky. Once again, day number 2, Aruba HiWinds 2025. What a place, what a location, what a vibe. And as DJ would say, hold on to your coconuts because we are about to start. And there is the starting boat. The green flag is in her hand, meaning that she is going to hit that one into the air very shortly. And we can see the athletes coming towards her. So Let's not forget Nick at the moment taking pretty much the lead on every single one of these. Sarakita's second position. But then also, if I'm not mistaken, I did see an Aruba 20 out there, which technically is supposedly the gear of Tammy. But I've been told that that could be Tom DeVries. So hard to see if they are not with their sale numbers. We'll try and get that to you guys and girls back at home. I hope you are enjoying the stream here today, as it looks like it is getting close. All right, so green flag up. And it is going to be Nick and Sarah once again as they start off heat number 3, elimination number 3, Aruba HiWinds 2025, your Fin Slalom PWA event. Season opener for the PWA Youth and Juniors. After here, we will be going to Bonaire, then Denmark. Are going to be those first 3 stops. Over to Almaty in Turkey. And then finishing the season in October in Miami. One of the Miami kids are here as well. Great to see them joining us here in the Caribbean. And now we are talking, following him like Darth Vader. And here it is, Nick van der Urenbent. Having a little look back, maybe get a shaka from him. Mr. Aruba number 9. We're going to see if we can get eyes on that second position, as Nick is comfortably out in first and making his way around mark number 2. So there we can see the next 2. Let's see who that is going to be. I know third position is going to be Sarah. Let's see second position. Ooh, coming close to the... That is definitely Sarakita. Let's see if we can move on that second place. Look at the speed. They are flying across, as does our FPV. Watch out, Maverick. Here comes Goose. Yeah, so Aruba 20. So Aruba 20 technically is Tammy, but that is not Tammy. So it looks like someone is using somebody else's sail. So at the moment, I have been told that it could be Tom. Yesterday, Sarah was saying to me, but we will try and get that info to you. Do apologize for that. But right now, it is definitely Nick who is up in front. Your current leader. He has won every single heat of every single elimination. And I have been told that we are aiming for 5 eliminations here. And we're just going to be closing out elimination number 3. Once again, a big shout out to our partners, Boardwalk Boutique Hotel, SETA, Enya Car Insurance, Pay.aw, and Aruba Active Vacations, and all of the partners that have made this possible. Just having a little chat, why don't you, Nick, to our drone? I wonder what it would be good to get a microphone on that. Be able to have a little on-board interview. But yeah, always good to see the athletes just smiling and having fun out there. And look at that shot. You can see it's a little hazy, a little cloud covered at the moment, but he is going to be coming across that finishing line once again, meaning that he has the win for elimination number 3, heat number 3. And there, Shackers, congratulations, mates. Another one on top. And we continue on to elimination number 4, as we have your PWA Fin Boys under 21 coming up next. Moving into elimination number 4, I have just been confirmed that we will do 5 eliminations, meaning there is 6 more heats to go. So 2 heats of each one of these disciplines. And here we're getting ready for PWA Finn Boys under 21. Does look like a little bit more cloud cover. Yesterday in the afternoon it did rain a little bit, so hopefully that's not going to happen today. Forecast says that it won't. Probably about 33 to 35 degrees already. And here we can see these are the athletes getting ready. So we got Dixon, Storm, Mario, Jacek, and then Tammy, Sem, Brendan Lorho, the man who has been winning everything, and David. Those are the boys that are going to be coming out in less than 2 minutes here. Your under 21 PWA Youth Finn Boys. This PWA event down here in Aruba, the first one of the youth divisions. Then we go to Bonaire, Denmark, Turkey, and close it out in Miami. And here, athletes outside of that starting area. And we haven't started yet because that yellow flag was up. So these guys are just obviously having a little blast as they are coming up next. So we make our way back to the starting boat. Okay, so we are just about to get ready. There you can see Brendan. There we can see that is gonna be Schmitz with a green helmet. Diho, he's just getting ready to come across that start line. I know we're also going to be seeing Arkson, so let's not forget. But so far, is that a clean start? Is that a clean start? We will soon find out. Doesn't look like they have stopped that. We can see Storm there on the bottom. It's going to be Brendan out there in front. Yep, so once again, Brendan Lorho and Storm Nikolai, your top 2. Yesterday, Storm on the Finn side was 5th position, but he was 2nd overall on the Finn. Brendan taking the win in both of those divisions. And here you can see your current leader and overall leader as well. Beautiful plane drive there from him, not even missing a beat. And we'll be able to see the distance. He got a little bit of a distance. And just flying nicely. As we mentioned before, Nick was out there on a 7. Some of the guys out on 6.5, 6.8s. But here we can see Brendan right now flying along. It's looking like he is out there on the... See if we can get a size on that. No, a little bit too far to close. So yeah, Brendan in first position. Then we can see Storm in 2nd. And it's going to be Tammy there in 3rd. The usual suspects. That's how it was ending up yesterday, and it looks like we're having a similar situation out here today. Elimination number 4. I have been confirmed we will do 5 eliminations, and let's not forget each one of these heats acts like a final, meaning that every single heat is a full elimination result. And there we go. Beautiful view there of Storm. And here comes Tammy. Going high and coming down low. Brendan Lorho once again in first position. Tammy here on the jibe. Oh, almost a fumble, but manages to keep it together. Get a little bit wet on that inside rail. And pulling that 0.7 in. Gotta love that black sail. Carbony. Slick. Oh, but he goes down, unfortunately. falling out on that third leg. So he is definitely not going to be catching up with your top two as they go to that mark number 4. And it's going to be Renan Loho, and in second position, Storm Nikolai, your top two. But Brendan, at the moment, he is untouchable, winning every single race he has been in so far. And you can just see why. Flying across our race course. And he's going to be going across that finishing line once again. 4 for 4. Great work there. And a little bit of a chop hop at the end as well. Smiling for the camera. JC getting the shots. As we are done there. Elimination number 4. Heat number 1. Coming up next, we will be seeing our PWA Thing boys under 17, 15 and 13. And your under 21 girls. And while we're just flying around here and seeing those top positions of this heat, I'll tell you what, let's have a look at the replays of that previous action.
O Aruba dá-nos sushi e isleta, Pansigi cuida-nos cultura, sem estar aportando. Nos Aruba do Chilera van unem e van ajudar. Sigue que tradição, pe siguiente generação. Turma na laira, sem estar sempre criando. Deportes e dança, sem estar aportando. Cultura e futuro, sem estar conservando. Isla com tecnologia.
And welcome back, everybody, as we move on to our next division. You can see those clouds coming a little bit over on the left-hand side. I'm having a little look-see as well, as it might be a bit of rain coming our way, but we continue on. Under 17s, 15s, 13s of the boys and under 21 of the girls. There you can see Bobby Lynn, Kit de Jong, and Lotte de Jong, Julian Blum, the little youngster. And then this man, he's got to be one of my new favorites. Matteo Nobels, look at that power stance. Axel Grumpertz, who has been coming second and pushing for that first position. And Joey Ross, let's not forget, Nikolai Dürhoff. And then Oliver Tiho and Sonja Alberto, as we are moving into that second heat. As we are getting ready for that sequence to go on. We've got about 25 to 26 knots is the readings I've just been told. 35 to 30 degrees out there. It is hot, but it is very nice. Board shorts for life. And there we can see the starting boat as they are getting ready to go into that next sequence. Everybody just cruising around the back as we are getting very close to a go. Heat number 2, elimination number 4. All right, green flag in the sky. Now, it does look like it was a clean start. You can see up there in front with the Dijon sisters. We will see who they are a little closer. I'm going to say that's going to be probably Bobby and Kit, if I'm not mistaken. Kit is with the orange helmet. As you can see, they're all on exactly the same gear. Okay, so yeah, that is definitely going to be Kit in second position. She's there with the orange helmet. And yes, this is going to be Bobby, as she took the win on pretty much everything yesterday. Let's not forget, she is your overall leader, as she got, won every single one of those heats yesterday here on the Finn. We had Finn in the afternoon, we had foil in the morning, and it's looking like it is Louisa there in the back, and then also going to be Lorna De Jong. So 3 De Jong sisters and Louisa. And just look at that image. It is a little overcast at the moment. We are waiting for that sun to pop, and then we will see the true Caribbean colors come our way. And our drone playing a little chicken here with the athletes. He ain't gonna move. Will the athletes move? We'll find out. Oh, what a beautiful image there from him. And our drone Dutch Gods showing why and how it is done here with the footage. So cool to see these races up close and personal. They're right in pretty much in the middle of the ocean, and being able to bring that to you live here from your Aruba HiWinds. We're hanging out in the booth here with DJ, our local MC and commentator, doing an amazing job, making sure the vibe is happening down here on the beach. But at the moment, it is going to be this young lady, Bobby De Jong, is your top athlete. She knows the drone there. Will we get a shaka? Oh, she's looking for a shaka. No, going into a jibe. It's a little bit of a hard moment to say hi to the camera. Anything can be done, but there it is. That's going to be mark number 3. Makes the jibe nice and clean. That's going to be Kit, and if I'm not mistaken, yep, that is looking like it is going to be Louise van der Meulen. So your top 3 out there at the moment. We have Bobby Lynn De Jong, we have Kit De Jong, and Louise van der Meulen. Your top 3 athletes. When it comes to the under 21 of the girls, I'm waiting for some of the male athletes to appear onto the picture. It looks like our women are out in front. And they're going around that final mark. So Bobby Lynn De Jong again in first position. Second position with the orange helmet, that is Kit De Jong. And then it looks like we have a pile up. Oh, the old tightrope taking out half of the fleet on that final mark. So anything can happen here. Louisa, if I'm not mistaken, is up. It looks like maybe we're going to see Nikolai going past, but without a doubt, this young lady here dominating so far of this year's HiWinds. Bobby Lynn De Jong, your top athlete out there today. Second position is going to be there for Kit De Jong. Congratulations to them. As we now move on, coming up next, we will have the elimination number 4 of your HiWinds Windsurfing Open.
Anytime you want, pay that away. Pay your bills with pay that away. Skip line.
lines with the hottest events, yeah. Buy your tickets online with pay that away, say pay that away. Download pay that away to experience it for yourself.
And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on elimination number 4, as we are going to be going with your windsurfing open. And here we can see that heat number 3. These are the players going out. Once again, it is Nick, who is the top athlete so far. Sarakita in second position. And then, if I'm not mistaken, even though he's on different gear, I think it is Tom de Vries. We will get confirmation on that one very shortly. But meanwhile, wind is here, sun is here. It does look like a little bit of cloud is coming over. Hopefully we won't see any rain like we did yesterday. But we are now going into that final heat of elimination number 4. And then it is one more elimination, I've been told. And then it will be coming into a lunch break. And if conditions still prevail, we will go on with some foil division. Here we can see our athletes coming towards that start line. And they're off. All right, so we can see once again it's going to be Nick in first position. Second position, like I said, I reckon that's going to be Tom de Vries, because at Aruba. Let's see if we can get a very close look at this one, please. Keep going. Aruba 20. Aruba 20, in theory, is Tammy. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it might be Tom de Vries, but I will have to try and get confirmation on that, because the information I have looks like it doesn't coincide. We do apologize, but without a doubt, it is going to be Nick van der Urenbennett, your first position. Second position, the mystery man. Third position is going to be Sarakita. And there you can see how fast our athletes are. Even with the boat, can barely keep up with them. And yesterday on the foil, they were absolutely flying. I mean, we were talking to Bobby Linda John that she's only 15 years of age, and she was already hitting 30 knots out there on the foil. So twice as fast as she is old. But now, as we continue on here, your windsurfing open. All right, so at the moment there you can see Nick, second position, Sarakita, as they move their way through. And then the mystery man here on the Gastra. So it looks like we have a mystery man on a Gastra equipment. Aruba 20. Aruba 20 in theory is Tammy. Is that going to be Tom de Vries? We will soon find out. All right, so I have had confirmation. Thank you very much, Sarah. It is Tom de Vries, so we weren't completely talking about nonsense. It was him out there on the Aruba 20, as he looks like he's on Tammy's old score. Yeah, nice little bit of a breeze coming through here. Thank you. As we continue on. Oh, we got a battle. Watch out. Sarah and Nick and Sarah. Oh, the knife is out, and they are ready to chop it and slice it up. Elimination number 4, final heat. And we have one more elimination, so we have 3 more heats after this one. Sarakita starting the pool. You can see Nick just going a little bit faster. And it is going to be Nick across the finishing line and Sarah Kita in second as we continue on your 2025 Aruba HiWinds. I've just been told about a couple of nice little boat trips going out onto the water as it is beautiful to get out there. It's a nice little soup, nice and warm. And we are continuing on once again for elimination number 5, the final elimination of your fin division. Then word on the streets or word on the beach is that we will be changing over to foil after lunch. So it looks like that is confirmed. I'm getting the nodding duck from here on the right-hand side. So it looks like we'll be going over to full division, which will mean we will have also our wing foilers coming out as well. And then we have some long distance, and then we have the nocturnal activities of DJs, music bands, and some cold brewskis. So once again, day number 2 here in Aruba. Yellow flag in the sky, less than 2 minutes to go. Okay, heat number 1, elimination number 5. Dixon, Storm, Mario, Jacek. And they are going to be going up against Tamir, Sim, Brendan Lawho, your current leader, and David van der Vast. Your under 21 Finn boys here for the PWA Youth event. Season opener, DJ.
Yes, it is. Yes, it's... can't wait for the rest of the tour. I'm going to follow this. I'm loving the live stream, of course, and can't wait for the other countries when they hit it and to see if there is still that consistency. Let's see what the different scenario brings for these racers, Finn boys under 21. I'm very curious.
Absolutely. I mean, let's not forget, you know, we're starting off here in Aruba, then we're going to move over to Bonaire, so that we're going from warm to warm. Then it's over to Denmark, a little bit colder, a little chilly. Then we go to Turkey, where there is a huge youth division, you know, under the likes of Jimmy. And then we move over to Miami to close it out in the United States. So all different parts of the world. I think it's so cool for the youngsters to have that push and be able to, you know, continue on the tour. And I think that, you know, important part talking to a lot of the people at the PWA is that it is exactly the same on the water as it would be in the more adult division. So how the racing happens, how the marks, how the sequences are, the speed, the, you know, getting into the dynamics of the skippers meeting, you know, really molding and teaching the younger generations how the top racers do on the PWA World Tour.
Yes, it is, and it seems like they're doing a good job there. They're off for the first start. Boom. Ooh, that was very close. Let's see if Tama cut it close right there.
It was a good start.
Looks good. They're still going, so nobody's slowing down and looking around. So that's there they go. So let's see what Tama can bring on this one. Yeah, he made a good start, but it's a bit lower. Let's see if we later on get those nice aerial shots right there. And they're cutting it close. This is going to be interesting to see to that first buoy, how they're going to make those turns. They're very close, and let's see who brings out what strategy there. Yeah,
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, the red Severn will be Storm Nikolai. I'm going to say that there we can see in second position is going to be Brendan, and in third, Tammy. Tammy had a very close to the startboard start, but it looks like these guys coming from the top had a little bit more speed. So Storm in first position, Brendan in second. Third position is going to be Tammy. And these two have been battling it out all weekend long. Oh, drafting here. Putting the nose of his board pretty much right next to him. That is a shot. This is what you want to see in racing.
That's it. And what happens if he's going more upwind, then he also can take the wind a bit out of his sails and make some more speed. It's just like Formula One when you get that system going. Let's see if you can cut out on the inside.
Okay, Brendan trying to lock it. We've seen Arxon do that on the previous heats, but nope, he looks like, oh, Storm has suddenly hit the turbo and the nitrous. your starboards and Severn athlete out in front. Coming all the way from the Netherlands, NB 2008. Brendan, I'm going to say Brendan looks like he has a little bit more top speed on the reaches. But Storm at the moment having the upper hand when it comes to those jives. Brendan dropping the board a little bit on that second mark. Here we're going to go to mark number 3. So 2 more jives. All right, here we go. Let's have a look. Nice and close. Switches the sail around. Brendan again on the inside. Very nice planing one there. Better jibing there from Brendan. But again, look, Storm, he just keeps on the plane. And Brendan has a hard time of catching up.
Yes, he's doing very good, very consistent on the turn. I can't stress enough how hard it is already to make a clean turn, but then somebody riding your back, every little mistake can cost you. So it's very stressful, and you can see on the water right now he's in a lull and now he's going into a gust. So you can also read the water from here, right, to see what they're doing. You see the top sail has a lot of downhaul, so they're powered up but they're downhauling it. Let's see if he can come out on the outside. This is going to be interesting, taking the inside turn.
Oh, Brendan.
Too close. Oh, but
both
also some of them. Let's see who can make some restart. Okay, here comes the water start. And it's more difficult for Storm, if I'm not mistaken. But let's see if Tama can take it from here. This is going to be interesting. Oh, this is going to be a nice shot for Tama. Let's see what they're going to do here, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Tammy had to open up quite a lot to be able to get past, and he knows he has an opportunity here. Storm flying, so is Brendan. This is the kind of finish we want to see as they are going all beans in. All the cards are on the table, and it is pedal to the metal. Storm definitely looking like he's got a little bit more top speed. Brendan here trying to draft along him and go across as soon as he is. Yeah, he's going to bear off downwind. See if he can get across that line first. Oh, it is too close to tell.
It is.
That is going to be a photo finish, DJ.
That is a photo finish. And you can see also why he has more speed is you can look at the sail, and there's a term called downhaul, and that's how far you pull down your sail and you get a looser end, top end. And you see the other rider had less downhaul, so catching more wind. So downhaul is more to depower your sail, and you see that's the strategy of just a little tweaking here and there to make sure you're getting over the finish right there.
Absolutely, and you know, tell you what, let's have a replay of that finish because it was as close as it gets. And look at that, you can see, poof! I mean, there is nothing in between these two. We'll wait for the official results, but no, great riding from them. Mistake from both of them on that final turn. That final jibe, and we're going to have to see who has taken that elimination number 4. Moving on to elimination number 5 as we continue for this heat number 2. So 2 more heats to go. It looks like we are just coming up on 2 minutes until we start off with your Finn boys under 17, 15, 13s, and your under 21 girls.
Yes, yeah, looking forward to that too. But just coming back on that strategy, you see when at the finish, when you cut high, so you're close to the starting boat, which is more upwind, and you have some reach, and you go downwind. Of course, when you go downwind, you're going to cut it faster and, yeah, try to get that finish right in.
That is right. So 2 minutes to go. So while we're waiting, let's grab a commercial break. We will be right back. And welcome back, everybody. So moving on to heat number 2, elimination number 5. We will be doing the 5 eliminations here on the Finn side. Let's have a little look at the players. Here they come. So we have the De Jong sisters, Bobby, Kit, and Lonnie, Julian Blum. Then we move over to my young favorite. I'm going to say it again. Look at the body language there. Arxen and Jerry Ross together with Nikolai.
And I must say for Arxen, the way he's smiling going over the finish right there also. He's really holding it down, I must say. Also, Oliver, Tico, and Sontje. Sontje was doing good in that last heat. He had some ability and was in the top 4, 5, I would think. So he was doing good on that one.
Yeah, this is the last race of this division, and then we have one more race of the Windsurfing Open. So we are at that elimination number 5. as we continue on. It looks like we are getting very close to going. I mean, DJ, what a good morning. It is only 11 o'clock, and we have been flying since 9:30 in the morning.
Yes, we've been getting into the results. The PWA can't wish for anything more. Yesterday, we also took the best of the situation. We came in the scores, and that's the good thing about the length of our competition also. We have enough days to have enough races to get enough averages to have a good, clean score. And here they go. You can see that's going to be a nice, clean start. Looks like nobody's over early, so I'm curious what's going to happen in this race. There was some carnage in the last race. I mean, there was some everything is happening around the buoy, and also in that Finn boys under 21. So anything can happen, and this is exciting. Let's see. They're all very close, and let's see who makes the first buoy and can call out who's who.
Yeah, I mean, we can see there, left-hand side, that is going to be Bobby Dijon. There we can see with the MB 911, that's going to be Shongia Alberto. Mm-hmm. And their mark number 1 as they make their way around. Let's see who has navigated this nicely. It is getting tight and close in there. You can also see there is going to be Kit de Jong. But out front right now, that is definitely, yep, there we can see. So that's going to be Bobby Lynn de Jong. I mean, this girl is unbeatable in this competition so far. Season opener for the youth PWA events down here in Aruba, your Aruba HiWinds. Okay, looking for Arkson as well. He would be on that black 0.7 sail. There's Kit de Jong with the orange helmet. Let's go a little bit further up. There we can see our leaders. Maybe let's try and follow them. So yeah, it is going to be Bobby Lynn de Jong is in first position of the under 21 girls. And then that is going to be Tiho Smits, as he has the green helmet, your first position. But there is an athlete way up in front, and I've been told that's Arkson. So let's see if we can follow that, as it looks like our drone hasn't quite been able to catch up on the leader. And maybe now on the turn. Yep, I do think that it is going to be Arkson out in front. And wow, is he out in front by a mile? So Arkson in first position. Second position is going to be Bobby Lynn de Jong, even though they are in different disciplines, but we have multiple disciplines in this heat. And then we can see third is going to be Smits once again. I mean, Arkson, what a day he has had. Let's have a little look at the results that he had out there yesterday. So on the Finn division, he was first all day as well in the under 15s. So Arkson was all day first position. So we have Tiho is going to be in first of the under 17s once again. It's going to be Arkson is going to be in first on the under 15s. And then Bobby Lynn de Jong is going to be first on the under 21s of the girls. There we can see, is that a green helmet? Yes, that is a green helmet. So Arkson there, as he is just flying his way to that finishing line. So he did get a solid advantage. Shackers, you can see the energy. He is happy. A little bit of chop hop for that photo moment. Great riding, great sailing there from him. So that closes out the second to last heat. Coming up next for the final time of today, your second day of your Aruba HiWinds, is going to be your windsurf open heats, where at the moment it is Nick van der Ehrenbert, your current overall leader, and Sarah Kita in second position. While we're waiting for that action to come our way, let's take a look at some of the highlights of that previous heat. And welcome back, everybody, to the final heat here of our morning session for the Aruba HiWinds 2025. Heat number 3, Windsurfing Open. Here you can see the names that are going to be going out there. And it does look like we have a little bit more of wind, a little bit more of gusts. So coming up to 25, even 28 knots. Forecast was saying it was going to be windier this morning and then would drop off, which is why we started with our fin division. And now we are going to have one more heat. Then there's a short lunch break because let's not forget HiWinds. We have multiple activities happening in the afternoon. We're going to be seeing some of the slalom races, which will probably be with the foil. We've got the Wind Park, Vanna Pier, Big Air, long distance in the afternoon. Air is all going on. And then let's not forget we've got Matuta Biongo, Cho, the originals, Rucha Rirum, and Our Culture going all the way through the night, making sure the vibes are happening down here for this 2025 season. Yellow flag, less than 2 minutes to go of the final heat here of our morning session, your PWA events in Aruba. And a look outside of my booth here as I can see. Yeah, I can see the athletes just about getting ready. They are literally just out in front of us. You can see little dots moving. Some kid action happening out in front. And there they are making their way to that starting line. Top right-hand corner, that is going to be Nick. You can see Sarah Kita and Tom De Vries there in the middle. Mystery Man, as he was on Tammy's old gear. I've just been told there on the Gasher that is going to be Tom De Vries. So now those top 3 athletes who have been pretty much 1, 2, 3 in every single one of those races. Let's see how they are going to close it out here for race number 5 as we are getting ready to go. So cool to see all different generations out here on the water. Let's not forget 37th edition. And we are off. All right, Nick up top there. We can see just going past Sarah. That was Tom. As we get ready to fly along there with the blue Gasher, that is going to be Tom De Vries. And we were just about to cut to that second place athlete. Hopefully we'll be able to get that camera back. There it is. So you have a little look at the number. Yep, we know that's Nick. Let's eyes on second place. All right, there we can see him coming around. Nice tight corner. And now's the time. All right, here we go. Sarah Kita. All right, there we go. Thought it looked like her. Sarah Kita, second place. So first position is going to be Nick. Second position, Sarah Kita. And it's looking like third position is going to be Tom De Vries once again. So your top 3 athletes here of the Windsurfing Open. Your PWA event down in Aruba, your Aruba HiWinds, and this is the Aruba HiWinds Windsurfing Open on the water right now. Oh, even getting a little splash. That is how close these athletes are as they make their way around that mark number 2. So already 2 jibes in. And there we can see them making their way past mark number 3. So only one more jibe to go after this. So far, Nick in first position, Sarah in second. Oh, and it looks like we got a change up. Not quite sure if that's an athlete from a little bit of chop hop there. Nick flying and floating. I got a feeling that might not be an athlete of this heat because Nick was definitely currently easily in the lead. I think that's just someone out there having a good time as we're And here we go. Final turn, final jive there for them, as they are about to close that final leg out, elimination number 5. So that makes a total of 9 eliminations for all of the disciplines here in Aruba. So multiple discards are going to be happening. And right now it is going to be Aruba 9 there. Nick van der Ereben is going to be your first position, second position Sarah Kita, and third Tom de Vries. And there it is, crossing that finishing line. And a nice little jump there for the cameras. Smile and a shaka as we close out your elimination number 5 here of a full day of fin action. And what a beautiful day it has been. 25 knots all the way. It is nice and sunny. Warm water, warm weather, warm people. And this is what the Aruba HiWinds is all about.
O Aruba tá nos sushi isleta, mas seguir cuidando nos cultura, sem estar aportando. Nos Aruba do Chidera van unir e van ayudar, seguir que tradição para siguiente generação. Turma na laira, sem estar sempre criando, deportes e dança, sem estar aportando. Cultura é futuro, sem estar conservando. Isla com tecnologia. Innovando.
Pay.away. Pay.away. More than just payments. Pay.away. Recharge your phone. Pay.away. Hey, shop online anytime you want. Easy. Fuel your car anytime you want. Pay.away. Pay your bills with Pay.away. Skip lines at the hottest events. Buy your tickets online with Pay.away. Pay.away. Say Pay.away. Download Pay.away to experience it for yourself.
Welcome back, everybody. So a complete morning of action on the fin side. We have been able to get through 5 complete eliminations, and what a morning it has been. We've seen some very tight races and very tight corners. They've been mixing it up, changing from left, right, center, and all around, battling against themselves and Mother Nature. But we will be continuing on, and yesterday we had the opening ceremony of the event where Sarah Kita, the 25 times world champion, had a very special surprise.
Here live on the beach this morning on the fin division.
already had 200 water sports participants. We have 50 Strider skids. Sunday morning we have a mountain bike race with 200 participants. It's going to be enormous, super nice. We know exactly how important you are for the island. Thank you very much, guys.
To a person that has become the embodiment of this sport in Aruba. History made in Aruba and around the world. Sarakita, Africa.
3, 2, 1.
I think the smile said it all. Amazing to see Sarakita getting that honor. This beach is now called Sarakita's Beach. She has taken Aruba around the world. And we are going to be back very shortly as we're going to have a short lunch break. We're going to be back in about 45 minutes with more action out here for Aruba HiWinds 2025. But while we are waiting, check out the highlights of the event so far.
All right, we're here live on the beach, day 2 of our races in the morning on the Fin division, and just out of the water is Tame. Tame, how are you, bro?
Good. Tired a little bit. Was tricky to conditions, but it was good to be on the water, racing with the guys. So yeah, it was exhausting.
Yeah, we saw it, man. The wind was a big-time wind. It was very exciting. We saw also a fumble, which gave you a chance to come in third, I guess.
Yeah. There were 2 guys that were in first and second. They fell at the last stripe. So I thought I took a chance, but I went too wide, and they got up to first, and they went really fast past me. So, but I tried it, and yeah, of course, it was nice to race with those guys. It's good.
Yeah, you did good. So you're in that for the results from yesterday. We see you're in the top 3. Number 3 is podium, you know, and you try to get that consistency in there. And how were the conditions? What would you call the conditions?
It was really tricky. I would say in the morning they sent out the fin, and I thought it would be windy, it would pick up like yesterday, but the wind stayed really light, so I was a little bit too small of the gear.
What you were sailing?
On a 6/8 and a medium board, but eventually it picked up. So now we're gonna go foiling, and let's see what the wind will do.
Yeah, you're also, besides in the fin division, also in the foil division.
Yes.
So yeah, that's a good next segue.
Yeah, my first time doing races on the foil, so it's really fun. And really sketchy, scary, and yeah, but it's really fun to be out there with the guys, and I learn a lot from the races, so it's good.
I think that's the main thing, because yeah, it's juniors, you're preparing yourself to once go to that PWA when you reach that age, of course, and this is not just a
good playing ground. I mean, I also see the camaraderie and even the competition, but still you guys know each other very good through the season, getting to know each other. And this is the first of the season also, first one.
Yeah, of course, that's why. And me and Brendan, the guy on first, we both did the Tenerife training in January, February. So yeah, we both already trained together there, and now we're competing against each other here. So it's nice. And yeah, that's the main goal, you know?
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for sharing that information. And we'll see you later on the foil division then, man.
Yes.
Okay, man. All right. Good job. Okay. So stay tuned and we'll see you for the foil division after the lunch.
it's just a year. Double cups ain't shy out. See this night I choose to forget my trouble. I know everybody got things on their mind now, but this time come make me forget though. I get the shy, I get the jingle. If you got mine, I make me link up. Me I go for party, me I go for party. All night I dey sip, I dey smoke, I dey drink or something. See this night in my phone is on silence, I don't wanna hear nothing. Nothing, neither. But this night I choose to forget my trouble for life. I know everybody got things on their mind now, but this time come make me forget though. I get the shy, I get the drinker. If you got mine, I make me link up. Me I go for party, me I go for party. Make sure I just let my light shine more. Anything made it feel like this song. I remind myself about this time. Big jam, we jamming now. Should we dey look for happiness? Yeah, like we dey feel okay. Like we don't go that way long. Say we gon' feel amazing. Say we gon' feel okay, yo. I know everybody got things on their mind now, but this time come make it forget though. I get the shy, I get the jingle. If you got mine, I make me link up. Me I go for party, me I go for party.
Duchi, Bancune. O Aruba da nos duchi isleta. Pansigi cuida nos cultura. Se estar aportando. Nos Aruba duchi tera van uning y van ayudan. Sigue que tradición, pe siguiente generación. Tu hermana Laira. Se estar siempre creando. Deportes y danza. Se estar aportando. Cultura, el futuro. Se están conservando, isla con tecnología, se están innovando.
Pay that away. Pay that away. More than just payments. Pay that away. Recharge your phone. Pay that away. Hey, hey, shop online anytime you want. Easy. Fuel your car anytime you want. Pay that away. Pay your bills with Pay that away. Skip lines at the hottest events. Yeah. Buy your tickets online with Pay that away. Pay that away. Say pay that away. Pay that away. Download Pay that away to experience it for yourself.
choose to forget my trouble. I know everybody got things on their mind now, but this time can make me forget them. I get the shy, I get the drinker. If you got mine, I make me link up. Me I go for party, me I go for party. All night I dey sip, I dey smoke, I dey drink or something. See this night in my phone is on silence, I don't wanna hear nothing. Nothing, neither. But this night I choose to forget my trouble for life. I know everybody got things on their mind now, but this time can make it forget them. I get the shy, I get the drinker. If you got mine, I make me link up. Me I come for party, me I come for party. I make sure I just let my light shine more. Anytime I feel like this I remind myself about this time. Big jam, we jamming now. Should we dey look for happiness? Yeah, make we dey feel okay. Make we not go that way now. Say we gon' feel amazing. Say we gon' feel okay, yo. I know everybody got things on their mind now, but this time can make it forget them. I get the shy, I get the drinker. If you got mine, I make me link up. Me I come for party, me I come for party. nothing to discuss, more. I get the remedy for this stress, yeah. Double cups and shy, see this night I choose to forget my trouble. I know everybody got things on their mind now, but this time can make it forget though. I get the shy, you get the drinker. If you got mine, I make me link up. Me I go for party, me I go for party. All night that they sip, but they smoke, I they drink or something. See this night in my phone is on silence, I don't wanna hear nothing. Nothing, 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 neither. But this night I choose to forget my trouble for life. I know everybody got things on their mind now, but this time can make it forget though. I get the shy, you get the drinker. If you got mine, I make me link up. Me I come for party, me I come for party. I make sure I just let my light shine more. Anytime when they feel like this, I remind myself about this time. Big time, we jamming now. Should we dey look for happiness? Yeah, like we dey feel okay, like we don't go that way long. Say we gon' feel amazing, say we gon' feel okay, I know everybody got things on their mind now, but this time can make it forget I get the shy, I get the drinker. If you got mine, I make me link up. Me I come for party, me I come for party. something to discuss more. I get the remedy for this stress, yeah. Double cups and shy out. See this night I choose to forget my trouble. I know everybody got things on their mind now, but this time can make it forget that.
Bucci, bancune! O Aruba da nos sushi isleta, Pansigi cuida nos cultura, sem estar aportando. Nos Aruba dushi tera van unen y van ayudan. Sigue que tradición, per siguiente generación. Tu hermana Laira, se está creando. Deporte y enseñanza, se están aportando. Cultura de futuro, se están conservando. Isla con tecnología, se están innovando.
Pay.away. Pay.away. More than just payments. Pay.away. Recharge your phone. Pay.away. Hey, hey, shop online anytime you want. Easy. Fuel your car anytime you want. Pay.away. Pay your bills with Pay.away. Skip lines at the hottest events. Yeah. Buy your tickets online with Pay.away. Pay.away. Say Pay.away. Pay.away. Download Pay.away to experience it for yourself.
And welcome back, everybody, as we are here for the afternoon session of day number 2 of your Aruba HiWinds 2025, the 37th edition of this event, all the way back from 1986 to present day of 2025. Athletes, we've had a full action-packed morning as we had them out there on the fin. And now we are going to be going for some foiling action, starting off with the wing foilers. But before we do so, I caught up with a few of the athletes earlier this morning. Let's see what they had to say. I'm standing down here on the beach with Kun from Curacao. Welcome to the Aruba HiWinds. Got to be nice being here at their home place.
Yeah, it's very nice. Like, the wind is pretty good. I'm used to surfing on Curacao at the surf spot. I work there too. The conditions are very gusty there. But the wind here is gusty, but it's really, it's very hard wind. And it's difficult, but I kind of like it.
How is it to have so many people coming down to this location? You know, this event started off with only a couple of friends, and now 37 years later, more than 200 athletes. That's what I call a reunion.
Yeah, last year was my first time, and we only had 10 wing foilers, and I was actually kind of surprised. But this year, we almost have like 20. So it really shows in 1 year, you already have, you doubled the amount of participants.
And what kind of gear are you riding? Yesterday, it looked like it was a little lighter. Today, they've decided to go with the wing foil more in the afternoon. What's kind of the setup you've got going there?
Yeah, yesterday I had a 5.0 from Gong, and it was a bit too overpowered. But today, I'll take a 4.0 from Elevate with the same foil, the same board. And we're competing in the afternoon, so it'll be a bit more gusty. In the morning, I think it'll be a bit steadier than yesterday, but we'll see.
Yeah, we will. Well, I wish you the best of luck. Get out there, and we'll continue on.
All right.
Good morning. Down here with Nico Rivera from Curacao, one of the wing foilers that was out yesterday on the long distance. How was it?
I mean, it was a really tough race. A lot of distance, around 20 kilometers, but it was tough. But good conditions, very choppy on the eagle side. But it was very fun using my Grastel gear. Was really good, perfect for these conditions, but could go a little smaller. I was with a 4.7, bit big for the wind yesterday, and foil was perfect, board was perfect. Had loads of fun.
I could see you having fun because while you were waiting for the races, you were also doing a little bit of freestyle, mixing it up.
Yeah, exactly. On Curacao, I really like to jump. I've jumped 8 meters. And so in the meantime, while I was waiting for the start, I was just jumping around, having fun, and riding with some friends. So it was really loads of fun and good community with the wing foiling, a lot of good people, so really fun.
I think that really defines the Aruba HiWinds. Fun, friends, and community, and that is what we want to see. Wish you the best of luck today as conditions are looking good. It looks like you guys are going to be going out in the afternoon.
Yeah, we were going out in the afternoon, not in the morning like yesterday. It was good wind yesterday, so I'm hoping for the same, but maybe a little less for my 4.7. But it's going to be some good races, definitely.
Hopefully there'll be some more freestyle action and some more fun out on the water. All right, standing here with Ninka Kostapel, also one of the wing foilers from Curacao. It seems like you have a big group of friends here in Aruba.
Yes, definitely I have. I made some new friends too, like Milou. And she said already that there are not many women competitors. And that is sad. And I think next year definitely there has to become more women.
So why don't we try one thing? Why don't you invite all of the female athletes around the world to come over here to the Aruba HiWinds? Come on, go for it.
Yeah, come on. No. Well, we're standing here now only with the two of us, but there are way more girls now, but we want to see way more girls and make some more friends, like all over the world, wing foiling girls. Come on and go to the HiWinds.
We are not the best, so it doesn't matter if you can't wing foil at all, because I'm already doing this for 3 months now. So I cannot.
But you finished yesterday.
I finished yesterday the slalom. I didn't compete the long distance because I was too tired. And then I think that I can't do it any races anymore. So I think maybe today I'm gonna compete at long distance too.
Well, there it is. Community, friends, family, just come over and have a good time here. We want to see you Aruba HiWinds next year. It's so cool to catch up with some of the wing foilers who are going to be starting off this afternoon session, as we have just been told. 1:30 local time down here in Aruba on the Happy Island is when that red flag is going to go into the sky. Again, we have 4-minute sequences, and we will have wing foilers. Then we go for the PWA 4 boys under 17, under 13, and the girls under 21. And then the final heat will be your PWA 4 boys under 21. So getting ready, you can see, had a little bit of a rain come through, and now the sun is shining. Just look at those colors. And also, let's not forget, we're going to have some kiting action. When we finish with the PWA, we're going to be closing off this stream, but then the stream will be opened up on the Aruba HiWinds page. So make sure to check that out, as we will be showing you guys and girls back at home the long distance, where everybody's going to be going from this beach all the way down to actually at the very end. And just a beautiful day here in Aruba one more time. Day number 2. Also around 6 o'clock for anybody who is here on the island. If you have not come down here yet, you definitely need to be here, as we have some live music, live bands. There's some nice cold ones, smash burgers. You've got the pokés, you've got all of the food trucks, all of the vibes. And let's not forget the Captain Morgans and the Bright Amstels, as we will have a little bit of a vibing sunset session. And there we can see our starting boat getting ready and into position, because at 1:30, so in just under 5 minutes, we will be going into sequence with our wing foiling division. All right, so welcome back, everybody, as we are going to be getting into some wing foiling action. Here we can see the players that are going to be going out here for that heat number 1. Let's not forget, the number that they are going to be aiming for is 5 eliminations. So we have wing foiling, then we have the 4 boys under 17, under 13, and the girls under 21, and then the final heat of your PWA 4 boys under 21. 3 heats, 5 eliminations, so the idea would be to get through 15 heats. We will find out and see if we make it to that, as it is just 1:30 in the afternoon at local time, and I've just been told by our race director that red flag is coming up in 1 minute.
Bancune.
O Aruba dá nos sushi isleta, Pasigi cuida nos cultura, sem estar aportando. Nos Aruba do Chitera van uning e van ayudar. Sigue que tradição, pe siguiente generação. Turma na Laira, sem estar sempre criando. Deporte e ciência, sem estar aportando. Cultura de futuro, sem estar conservando. Isla con tecnología, siempre innovando.
Pay data way. Pay data way. More than just payments. Pay data way. Recharge your phone. Pay data way. Shop online anytime you want. Easy. Fuel your car anytime you want. Pay data way. Pay your bills with Pay data way. Skip lines at the hottest events. Buy your tickets online with Pay data way. Pay data way. Say pay data way. Pay data way. Download Pay data way to experience it for yourself.
And welcome back, everybody, as we are getting, it's a little wet to say the least. That tropical storm has come in once again. So we're going to have to wait and go on standby. Hopefully the sun will be shining very shortly and we'll be starting off with that wing fall one more time. But while we're waiting, DJ, our beach Mike, caught up with a few athletes before in the morning. Let's see what they had to say.
All right, welcome back again to the Aruba HiWinds 2025. Having a little interview with all the people on the beach and also competitors for this 37th edition. And next to me, you can see him on the live stream, of course, also competing and battling it out. You're in the PWA racing, and which category were you?
U17, yeah.
U17, and we saw you on the water. It's very exciting to see you. Which country are you representing?
Bonaire. Yeah.
Bonaire in the house, and if we cut it up, and in Papiamento, bong means good and air means air, so bong air, good wind, because you guys are very legendary in Bonaire.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how do you, what do you think about the HiWinds until far? Is this your first HiWinds?
Yeah, this is my first HiWinds here in Aruba, so yeah, exciting, yeah.
Exciting? Yeah, of course, I could understand. Also the starting sequence. And you still have some days to go, because it's just, this is the second day you were competing, huh?
Yeah, second day. I was with 7.4 overpowered, but it felt good, yeah.
Wow, 7.4, it's overpowered, big, yeah, because I saw people going on the 7.0. If you're talking these numbers, that means the square meters of sail for you people that don't know what's happening right there. Very important when you race. What do you think? Because there are a lot of people from Bonaire. I think there's a connection between Aruba and Bonaire when it comes to the competition.
Yeah, I don't...
Yeah, I know, because there were also Tonki and Tati Frans. Do you know about them?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're legendary, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you also know Kiri?
Yeah, Kiri and you and Amado and all the rest, yeah?
Yeah, you know them, I know them. But what's the fun story about that is there are a lot of freestyle tricks. And they are named after those people.
Yeah, and also most of the tricks were invented on Bonaire, yeah.
Yeah, that small little island made such an impact in the PWA, in the freestyle division. So we all know those names. And such a small island is such a, big on the map. Same like Aruba for Sarakita, of course. Eh? Well, glad that you're here and competing. And what is your strategy for the next race? Are you doing also foil competition?
Yeah, my foil sail, the 5.7 broke yesterday with the crash. So I need to look what I'm going to do with foil. I have 6.7 and 7.7, but for these winds it's going to be too extreme. So I need to look what I'm going to do now. So
yeah, because all those numbers you're naming there, that's a big sail for a foil. And you guys is going fast out there on a foil. Well, I wish you all the best of luck and hope to see you on the water on the foil division.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good. Nice meeting you. Okay, all right, ciao.
And welcome back, everybody. As you can see, the sun is shining and we are back in action. Going in to the next elimination here of your foil division. Started with the fin in the morning. Now it's time for the foil in the afternoon. A whole 180 for what we did yesterday, but we decided to go with the fin earlier in the morning as conditions were looking a little bit more favorable for that discipline, and also equals it up because the fin athletes yesterday had the worst side of the wind shift. Here you can see we're going to be going with our wing foilers, that heat number 1. Yellow flag is in the sky, meaning that we are less than 2 minutes to go. And looking forward to some action. Having a little look behind me, it looks like the sun is definitely shining and there's no more clouds coming our way. No flag in the sky, less than a minute. Let's get ready to rumble down here for your Aruba HiWinds 2025. All right, so just about 30 seconds away. So let's get ourselves to that starting boat as we are about to go. And our wing foilers, I can see out the corner of my eye, are just about to go across that starting line, meaning that the green flag is going to hit the sky. As we can see here, it looks like it's going to be Christian. Let's not forget yesterday. Let's have a look at those results of what happened out there. On the wing foiling side, it was Christian Zers, the number G2, your winner. Nigel Hart was second place, and then Robert Bratt was third position. And it does look a little fluky and flunky at the moment. And let's see if we have that start. All right, info coming in. General recall. So someone was a little bit too keen, meaning they'd gone over that start line just a little bit too early, and they're going to be PMS. So that means that all of the athletes are going to come back to the committee boats, and we will find out who that eager beaver was, and we will be going back into action with another starting sequence. So when that general recall comes down, it will be 3 minutes until that second green flag will go up one more time. And there you can see that is the general recall flag, the yellow and blue one, meaning that all athletes have to return to the committee boats. And they will be told which number, so which athlete was over early. And then we will go back into start and sequence. And when that general recall flag goes down, it is 3 minutes until we have the green flag one more time. Let's not forget, we got a 7-minute continuous countdown here on the starts. So 3 minutes after green flag, we go back into sequence of 4 minutes. So 3 plus 4 is 7. And here for your first elimination, and a big shout out to all of our volunteers and all the crew here. The HiWinds crew putting on an absolute killer of an event. Day number 2, sun is shining and we are back. And now just waiting to see who was that person who was a little bit too eager. And we will find out very shortly. Okay, so 3 minutes. There you go. That recall flag is down. As soon as that yellow flag hits the sky, it will be 2 minutes. 2 minutos. And time to get this afternoon session on a roll. Let's not forget, we are going to be having our long distance, which is going to be starting at 4 o'clock. So we've got 2 hours at the moment of action that is going to be coming our way. So at 4 o'clock, we will be cutting the stream over here on the PWA channel, but reopening the stream over on the Aruba HiWinds channel, where we will be able to show you the start sequence of that long distance race. Because let's not forget, as they do go long distance, they go quite a way away. We won't be able to follow them all of that way due to the connections that we have. But if there's one very cool thing of a long distance race, it is that starting point where we see loads of athletes just running towards that start line. And talking about start lines, yellow flag in the sky, 2 minutes for heat number 1 of the wing foil, elimination number 1. You can see the eye in the sky showing us our committee boats and all of the wing foilers. We can see the windsurfers as well, because let's not forget we're going to have the under 17, 13s and 21 girls and boys. They're going to be coming up next in that heat number 2, where we're going to have the Jong sisters and some of the youngsters. Matteo is going to be in there. And then that heat number 3, where we will see our PWA 4 boys under 21, where at the moment we have a battle in between Brandon Loho, Benedict Emser and Kasper Friis, Kaelin out of Denmark. Those top 3 athletes, as yesterday once again putting on a solid performance, because on the foil side, Benedict, so it was Brandon Loho on the under 21, Bobby de Linda Jong obviously on the under 21 of the girls, and then when it comes to your boys, it was Matteo Nobles and Sonia Alberto. So those are your top athletes. Obviously mixed disciplines on the water. And I can see that that yellow flag is down, meaning that we are getting very close to go into sequence one more time. Day 2, Aruba HiWinds 2025. Here you can see them making their way to that starting line. Some of them going back across. That is a big no-no. That does mean they will be inside that triangle. So some people are going to be called out. And let's see if we don't have another general recall. All right, green flag up. And there we go and continue on. So wing foiling heat number 1, elimination number 1 is on our way. We can see some of the numbers out there. Jason Peterson, number 15 there on the right-hand side. This is going to be Christian, if I'm not mistaken. He is going to be out there on the north mode. Let's see if we can see that bib number. Looks like he's got his harness over his bib, which we did mention to try to avoid. So these athletes, they have the numbers on their backs. And there we can see number 23, Nigel Hart. He was 2nd overall. And number 1, Christian Suez. So Christian Suez in 1st position. 2nd position is going to be Nigel. And then just waiting for that 3rd position. But it did look like it was Jason Peterson going around that, surrounding that mark number 1. And here you can see they're out on the North Mode Pro and the duotone units. A little bit of a Lula and a little bit of the N-weave. So here you can see the North Mode 4.2. That's more of the racing wing by North. And then on the left-hand side of that, we saw the duotone athletes out there on the unit D-Lab with a little bit of a Lula. All right, can we see, are we going to see Nigel go on the inside? Yes, we do. Beautiful turn. Kannitz. And now having a slight bit of an advantage. And got about 5 or 6 meters ahead of Christian there. As they're making their way, and it does look like, yep, he is. He's going to be out there on the Skybird SLS, that new board from Duotone, and probably on the 4.5, if I'm not mistaken. So a little bit of a gear tech there. If you want any information on any of the gear of the athletes throughout the event, make sure to shout it out in the comments. We will try and get that to you as soon as possible. As they are making their way to that mark number 4. Let's not forget starboard tack start line. 4 marks completely. The first one's a little bit of a reach, and then it's downwind all the way, so the athletes can go as fast as possible. Riders here, and right now there you can see Nigel Hart flying. That is the shot right there. Look at the blue waters. Christian Zimmer, he's going to be going, okay, turn around on the outside. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle, a little bit of a wobble. But it does look like Nigel having the better turn. And he is now going to be flying towards that finishing line. And just look at that view. The sun is shining, and the crystal clear waters of Aruba are bringing us some beautiful conditions. So it's going to be official. Nigel Hart taking the win here of this first heat of the morning. He was second overall yesterday, and he's got one up on Christian there. So congratulations there to him. As we continue on with day number 2 down here at Aruba HiWinds. Coming up next, we will see our foil boys under 17 and 13 and under 21 of the girls PWA Youth event. And while we're waiting to go back to that start line, have a little look-see of the action of some replays of that last heat. And then we're going to have our girls under 21. Joining me here again in the booth, DJ. How's it going? What's it like out there?
Well, it was rainy before, so I'm quite soaking wet. But for now, it's looking good. The winds picked up, and of course, great that we pushed the fins first and now the foilers, and they can go with a little bit less wind. But they're blasting out there. Looks like they're having a good time.
Yeah, we just saw the wing foilers there on that first one. Nigel, who was second yesterday, took it up on Christian. So a little bit of mix-up on the leaderboards. That's what we like to see. We've seen some really good battles this morning there on the fin.
Yeah, and yeah, that was lovely. So I'm very curious how they're going to do in the foil division right here. See if they can keep that constant winning streak and that podium position.
Yeah, obviously coming up next, definitely one of the people to be looking out for is definitely going to be Bobby Linda Jong. She has been flying. And then Storm Nikolai, he was second overall, fifth overall, excuse me, on the foil, second overall on the fin, wanting to go up a bit. He is more known for his fin division than, of course, Tame. But the man to beat at this competition so far is going to be Brandon Lauro. So he is definitely the athlete to be looking out for. And then Benedict Emser, as he is one of the top riders as well. And here we can see Tuho Smits. He is in that under 17 category. So continuing on, let's get this one going. Heat number 2 of your foil division here for your PWA event in Aruba. Next up, we will have Bonaire, then Denmark, all the way over to Turkey, and ending it up in Miami. And it's really cool because we can see people from Miami here this season.
Oh, really? I didn't know. Good to know. Yeah, I'm really curious following this. Oh, I see the green flag is up in this division. There they go.
Look at that shot. I mean, now you can start to see the colors. Now you can see it starting to pop. And there it is looking like all of our athletes flying towards. So it looks like heat number 2 at the moment. They've changed the order. So this is going to be foil boys under 21. So unfortunately, we were not told that. So we do apologize. But as we can see them, so at the front, that did look like it might have been Casper if he was on the duotone. And there we can see
Benedict also.
Germany is going to be Mario. So, but going down strong. Let's kick a little eye. That is definitely Brendan there in second position. Can we recatch that first place? Brendan, what an event he is having.
Oh, great. Yeah, he's doing so great. And also in this division, it's hard because they're two totally different disciplines. Let's see if we can catch up to the first place, who's right there. And
yep, that's going to be Casper, Denmark.
Oh, Casper. Oh, all right. Denmark.
Casper Friis. So Denmark in first position. Then we have France in second. And Benedict, I think he was the athlete that went down at that last mark. We'll soon find out. But, I mean, look at that shot. They are just cruising around, and Casper completely up on the foil. Really nice long harness lines to be able to push all of the power onto the full and start to accelerate. And I mean, look at that. There he is, flying along.
Oh, look at that. He's saying, taking a back look at also who's behind him, but also the Dutch drone gods. That drone is still behind him. You can see it, that small little dot behind him, following him all the way there. And this goes so fast. Look at that beautiful backdrop right there, going towards the point of Aruba. Let's see how he's going to do at this buoy right here. Ooh, almost like
leaning in.
That's a lay down jibe right there, keeping the speed going.
Beautiful. Love the style.
Yeah. Besides being fast, he's very stylish, I must say that. And looks like a clean third turn for third place, so that's looking great right there. They all have the same distance, so let's see who can catch up or if there are any mistakes. I think fourth and fifth are battling it out. That looks quite exciting also.
I think it might be Tammy, actually, as you can see that black sail. It could be Tammy, as he would be on the 0.7. We'll find out, but at the moment, without a doubt, we have Casper in first position. Second position is going to be Brennan Lawho, and let's see who that third place is.
Looking great on the jibe, nice and clean. And I think that was the last buoy, going from the...
mark number 4.
That's it. Now he's going for the finish.
You can see Brendan there trying to stay a little bit further upwind, because then he can gain speed going downwind. You were mentioning this before, you know, depending on the uphaul or the depower that they have there in the sail. But right now, Casper has started off strong, gone through the middle strong, and going to be ending even stronger here with a win of that heat number 2 here. Elimination number 1 of the second day of competition. So, yep, it is going to be Casper Fritz Nielsen in the first place, and then Brendan Lawher in second position. Let's see how Casper did yesterday. So on the foil, Casper was ending up second position. So he has got 1 up. So now switching it up from yesterday. So he's definitely going to be happy about that one. And we can see more athletes making their way to the finish line. Great race, great start. Elimination number 1.
Yeah, it's looking great.
And welcome back, everybody. As we can see your fours boys 17 and under 13s and your girls under 21 getting ready to go. Here you can see Bobby Lynn de Jong and Louise is your top 2 athletes, as they have been pushing together with Kit de Jong there. Those first 3 are the ones that are really battling it out in between them, but Bobby Lynn at the moment, your top athlete. And then here, my man, Matteo Nobels with the stance, and then, of course, Tijo Smits and Sancho Alberto, who you caught up with earlier on the beach.
Yeah, I had a good interview with him. He's very shy boy, but very productive on the water. And I had a nice interview with him. Asked him some questions about Bonaire and the windsurfing, and of course talking about the legend. I see the green flag is in grasp right there at the start boat, so that means we're going to start very quickly. Let's keep an eye on them if they have a nice clean start right there. that is the former windsurfers coming in. And let's see how Lonne and Kit and Bobby are gonna work things out with Louisa. Curious about Sontje and Matteo. How are they gonna battle it out right there? Maybe there's some difference in places. Let's see. And waiting for the first possible start. In the foil, boys under 17, under 13, and girls under 21. Here they go, slowly crawling to that start line. Don't want to be too over early, don't want to go too fast, but still you need to plane. So that's also, you see the two in the middle is a planing already, and you see not planing yet, and that's not a good start, and there they go.
All right, so it looks like I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that first position is going to be Bobby. As there we can see Aruba 180 is going to be Louisa van der Meulen in second place. And then orange helmet, yep, that's going to be Kit de Jong. So Bobby in first, Kit in second, and Louisa in third position. Oh, dodging the FPV there. So your top three of the under 21 girls, and waiting to see if we can see the boys in the mix there as well, as we would have Sonja Alberta and Matteo Nabels, as it looks like they're a little further back.
I love that they at least have some different helmets to help us out, to call them out quicker.
Yeah,
so green,
that does help.
Really,
that does help.
Green helmet is Bobby, and then let me see, Kit has the orange one, and then Louis van der Meulen has the different sail, the red. Nice position here, good shot right there. Look at that. I want to go out and go wing foiling also, but for now I'll just sit with you, Joe, having the best seat in the house and seeing how this race turns out. I think there is Bobby in the first position. Let's see how she jibes around that buoy right there, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the second buoy in this heat. Number 3 on the first elimination.
Yeah, so the idea is to maybe get through 3 or 4 eliminations, as of course we have that long distance that would be starting. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, we only have until about 3 o'clock, and then we have to stop racing. I know that might have changed with the forecast of the wind out there. We get that information to you, but meanwhile, action out here on the water, and look at the colors, as it is just beautiful here in Aruba. This is the kind of vibe we want to see here. None of that cloud stuff, none of that grayscales. We want colors, we want saturation.
That's it. We want those beautiful colors, also those beautiful sails, and the girls are just ripping it up and going like crazy. I'm missing Sonja and Matteo right here, so I wonder if they also started, but the girls are in the lead. And they're killing it right there. Nice jibe again by Bobby, keeping it straight and easy. You can see on the water the different shades and marks on the water, saying there's lulls and there's gusts, and there's, oh, she's touching the water right there. Oh, almost there. You can see the gust. She's really holding on and balancing. She's really balancing on that foil right there. Then you can see what skill level it takes, and also that speed. These kids are fearless.
I mean, we were talking to Bobby earlier on in the event that one of the days prior to the competition, she was going up to 30 knots. So it's incredible to see how fast the foils do go out here, and at such a young age, 15 years of age, already producing those kind of speeds. You wait until some of these athletes, because we do know, let's say from the Pro Tour, we do know that weight gives you speed on the foil. You wait until these girls get a little heavier, get a little stronger. We're going to be seeing some new generations coming up fast.
Yeah, they're going to be crushing it, and I will say, Sarakita, watch out. The girls are here, and we got talent, and yeah, so close also Bonaire. I can't stress it enough. Aruba and Bonaire, and also Bonaire. In the Windsurfing Association, it's been always a landmark. Finishing first, right there is Bobby Lynn, and let's see for the second place if that's Kit. And that's Kit right there, finishing second, if I'm not mistaken. And then let's see if Louisa held on to that spot. Yes, she did. And
great
there
race.
She's finishing third. Looking great.
Well, there we have it. Your under 17 and 13 boys and your under 21 girls with those top 3. So Bobby Linda de Jong together with Kit de Jong and Louisa closing out your top 3 here of elimination number 1. we are now going to be moving on once again, starting all the way from the beginning. Wing foiling. In that previous heat, we saw Nigel Hart get that first position, and then it was Christian Zwiers in second, and in third was Jason Peterson. Those were your top three guys. Yesterday, it was the other way round. It was Christian on top and Nigel in second place. So great to see a little shift, a little, you know, menage a trois. Let's see who comes out on top today as we go into action. We are just about 2 minutes away, DJ.
All right, yeah, can't wait for this one. A lot of competitors and yeah, a lot of guys that we know from locally. If you look at Jay Schnitzler, I know his father, and Jay is a young dude. I mean, he is, I think, 10. But that guy, he's going to be taller than I am, and I'm 1 meter 90. So he's 10 years old and competing in the open class, and that shows how confident he is. Also his father. And I just love this open segment of the wing foiling. And I think they're starting.
No,
right?
they're just having a little touch and go.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we are.
Yeah, that's
okay.
it. They were over earlies. Yeah.
So is there an over early? Because I did see, I think that could have been Nigel, or is it going to be the duotone at the bottom? They're going fast, so it doesn't look like we have a general recall because that athlete turned around and didn't go across. But once again, we do know that that white wing in the middle, the mode north, is Christian. Nigel was on a duotone D-Lab, the purple and yellow, but we have to find out and see if we can find them here on the screen. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that is going to be Nigel and Christian once again. David versus Goliath, Goliath versus David. The question is, yesterday, Goliath was Christian. Today, it looks like Nigel is. So what's it going to be at the end of the week?
Yeah, I'm curious about this too. And I also know Christian Zwiers. I know his father also. From the beginning, from foiling, he was there. So and Christian's been also kite surfing a lot. So this is new for him, but he's also killing it right here. Let's see, number 15 and 16 right there. And everybody's making a nice turn. And
looks like we're going to be trying to find those top two athletes, as that is 4th and 5th position. You can see the PPC. That is going to be, because the number is on their back. But it's those two athletes out in front are going to be your top two. And it's looking like it is going to be Nigel in first position. Once again, as you can see there, the Unit D-Lab, a little bit of a Lulo in the house, as he is flying along. And then behind him on the white north mode is going to be Christian. So 1 and 2, it looks, I'm going to say it looks like Nigel has the upper hand today.
Yeah, he's keeping it going right there, just keeping it steady, looking back, and wow, they are going fast, hooked in right there in their harness. And then we can see Christian Zwiers right there, also blasting it out, representing Bonaire. Ooh, almost a little shifty right there. Is this Tom de Vries or not? I see number 1. I think this is Tom. If I'm not mistaken, I saw the number 1 in the back, or are we looking at something else? I think, I don't know if this is Christian or not.
Yeah, this is it's definitely the gear he was on. So yeah, unless there's been a switch up, let's see. Number is on the back, is not on the sail. So we need to see his back.
And on my list, that's Tom de Vries. So maybe Tom took over there. And let's see what's going to happen.
It is
here.
number 1, Tom de Vries. Okay, so there has been a switch up. Exactly the same wing. So hard to see for us here from a distance. But yeah, so it looks like Tom de Vries is going to be in first position. And I want to see if that is Nigel. So I want to see if that is G23, because Nigel, there was another duotone who almost looked like he was going to start over early and didn't. So maybe this is not going to be him as well. Let's have a little look. See, 23. No, so Nigel is still in the lead. Yeah, but it's going to be Tom de Vries there in second position. So your top two athletes here with the wing foil.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, you see everybody switches up gears, but the bib number, that gives us an idea who is who, and looks that it's going steady. Good that there's a good little mix-up right there.
Yeah, let's have a look, because let's not forget Tom de Vries yesterday. He was, let's have a little look-see here. Tom de Vries did not finish. So he was not in the mix.
No,
so,
and I think that is Christian Zwiers actually on that set, if I'm not mistaken.
So as you can see, it's not the easiest job to see who is going around, but one thing is for sure, Nigel is one. So elimination number 2, wing 4 winner is Nigel. Apart from that, unofficial results, we will get them to you as soon as we can. But so far, Nigel, 2 for 2. We continue on. Coming up next is going to be your 4 boys under 21.
Nothing to discuss more. I get the remedy for this stress, yeah. Double cups and shy. See this night I choose to forget my trouble. I know things on my mind, but this time come make me forget them. I get the shy, I get the drink up.
So far, here are the boys getting ready to rumble.
Looking good. We know those faces and also their places, and good. They're looking good and strong, and let's see how they're gonna work it out right there in this heat number 2 in the second elimination. Yes. And here they come. You can see they're coming slowly, creeping into that start line. And let's see if they keep it on time.
Oh, they are close.
Yeah, some are over on the downside or a bit early. Let's see, they're nice, they're good. I think there's no over early. Let's see, they keep on going.
So here we can see Casper out there in front in the two-tone. Behind him there with the Patrick, and that is going to be Benedict. Looks like Tammy there in the back with a black 0.7. And let's not forget, we could see Brandon, who having probably not the best of starts, but we do know he has the speed. He is your current overall leader. But I'm going to say it, Casper at the moment in this second day is definitely dominating. But hey, you can see Brandon as they're starting to come to the turn. Mark number 1.
Yes, there they are. So anything can happen right here. I think the people, the boys are doing a good job and keeping a tight race. It's nice and interesting to see what's going to happen here. Some people are catching up. And yeah, really trying to understand the every time the wind conditions they change. So you have to have different tactics and way to attack. So looks like they're going steady, and it's going to be a nice wide turn. You can see the shaking of the board. That's the gust. It's so that they're touching the water. It's so tricky, these conditions, and they're still working it and trying to keep it stable. They're just keeping everything stable. Yeah, there's some good battling on the second and third position. Let's see how they are doing right there. They're quite close, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see when they go to the third buoy how they're gonna round up around there. There's a nice equal space between 1, 2, and 3, and let's see if they can close the gap. Interesting to see. It's blowing out there. It's hard wind, so they're really holding on for dear life, not knowing if they're overpowered. I spoke to Tame yesterday or this morning, and he was broke his sail for his foil. So. Ooh, look at that little touch there for the first place.
Ooh,
second place coming over.
So Casper touching down, and there you can see Benedict using that opportunity. Brendan here on the inside. Now it starts to get interesting because that was mark number 3. So they're going to be flying across one more time to mark number 4. And we've seen at that mark throughout this morning, there were so many changes. Brendan's probably going to try and get the inside line here, but Casper definitely looks like he has a little bit more speed. This is where we're going to get that old funnel effect. And hey, elbows, knees, everything is going to come out on that last corner.
Yeah, anything goes. That's also the rules for the PWA. So let's see if they can make a clean turn. You don't want to mess up here. Just keep it going. Nice turn right there. Sharper turn on the inside, second place. And there we go. Let's see, third place. So I don't know if Benedict is. I think Benedict is on the first place. So in the first round, in the first elimination, he fell, if I'm not mistaken. So there we go. Brendan Lorno is on second place, and he's going right there for the finish. Let's see on the long stretch how they're going to do. This can be interesting. Who's better on the long stretch right here?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like he is powering his way through. And at the moment, he has a considerable lead on the rest of the fleet. Yep, so Benedict taken. Here's a win here. Elimination number 2. So congratulations to him. And there it was going to be a Brendan and a Casper. And our drone playing a little chicken with the rest of the athletes. Watch out. Well, you got you. Oh, coming in close. And there we can see Tammy coming across the finishing line. So that is going to be heat number 2 of elimination number 2 down here. Aruba HiWinds 2025. Wow, DJ, yellow means only one thing. 2 minutes, my man.
That's it. Ready to go for that other heat to start. And this is foil boys under 17 and 13 and girls under 21. So let's see what we're going to get here. We know Bobby Lynn has the green helmet and Kit de Jong has the orange and Luis van der Meulen has the red sail. I'm very curious what's going to happen here. Let's see also if Sancho and Matteo are in here, and Taiko. I think Taiko shouldn't be in here, if I'm not mistaken.
But yeah, under 17s. Yeah, he is.
Okay.
He is his last year under 17s. And obviously, you know, the battle that he had with Storm previously. Storm now moving up to the under 21 division, doing very well in the Finn, second place at the moment, unofficially. And then when it came to the foil division, yesterday he was 5th overall. So obviously he's better on the Finn than he is the foil, but a very good overall rider. And now we can see, going to have our 21, under 21 girls coming out. And then your 15s and, excuse me, your 13s and 17s. So let's see, we're having about 3.5 minute times to 4 minute times from start to finish. So they are flying out there. And wins, I mean, DJ, this is your hometown. What's it looking like?
It's looking good. In the last shot we saw you were having talking about 2 words, that is battle and storm, and just in that shot I saw the little darker clouds on the left side going over the hotel area, and the storm coming up. I see the green flag is coming up. Let's see how it will turn out in this heat. Let's see how we can call it out on the helmets, of course, and the Youngs at least. We know their sails, so that we know. And let's see who is on the first and the second. For now, we know Bobby's always mostly on the first, and Kit on the second. And then Louisa should follow quickly, and they're going fast. This view really gives you an image of how fast things are going.
It certainly does. I mean, you can just see those colors in there surrounding that first mark as they make that turn, and you can see just not even dropping off of the foil. So that's, I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say that is going to be Bobby Lynn in first position, and can't quite see us. It's a little pixelated at the moment. Sometimes the connection is a little on the shy side, but hey, it's the price to be out here in paradise.
Yeah, don't mind that. No, it's looking good. Dutch Drone Gods doing their best to get the best images out there. Mostly when it's a bit pixelated, yeah, that's coming. The drone is out of reach, and the signals are getting a bit troubled. But at least we can make out the sails, and it looks like, of course, the family De Jong. And here they go.
Dominating.
Dominating on that second buoy right there, making a good turn. Here we got some drone shots. And it's the green helmet. That is Bobby. She's always chirpy and always smiling. She's just enjoying this and killing it right here. Mrs. De Jong, upcoming talent from Bonaire with the whole family. And the whole family is here and representing Bonaire. Here she goes for that third buoy. Keeping it steady, keeping it stable. And these close shots, man, this is incredible. And you can see how the wind is shifting and how they have to just manage and calibrate. Nice little turn right there, keeping it planing, keeping it out of the water and going. And we saw in the last elimination that somebody touched the water. That really slows you down. And the person that keeps planing passes by quickly, and it's hard to catch up right there. And every mistake that counts. And there they go for that last buoy, if I'm not mistaken, right there.
I mean, she just looks so in control, Bobby, here. It really is, just flies along. You can see always up on the foil, and our drone just having fun with her out there. And I got a feeling that maybe the old battery is on the low side as they've just decided to go away from their athletes. But yeah, it is going to be Bobby Lin De Jong once again in that first position, meaning that that is going to be heat number 2 and number 3, as you can see here of this elimination number 2. And I've asked the question to see what the idea is.
And there she goes towards the finish, keeping that position. And we can see the finish buoy right there, going for that first win and keeping it steady going over there. Boom, it's in there in the pocket by Bobby Lin. And finishing in second is Kit, if I'm not mistaken. There's a wide gap in between there, and she's slowly coming in. And then we're going to go over to the replay.
All right, welcome back, everybody, as we continue on now with elimination number 3. So we're going to have some more wing foiling action. Is it going to be Nigel? Is it going to be Christian? We will soon find out, as it looks like we have a battle in between those two. Coming up on the closing moments before we have that green flag in the sky, as those athletes are just bobbing around. Let's not forget, starboard side starts. 4 marks, nicely downwind. The first one with a bit of a reach, gaining speed so they can fly their way to that finishing line and see who is the fastest out there today. On the foiling side, about 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes from the committee boat start to the finish. So they are going pretty speedy across your racing course here. The second day of the Aruba HiWinds 2025 season, 37th year of this event, DJ.
Yeah, that's it. And you see people are over early and they're just dancing around there. Then the green flag is up. You can see how tight it is. So they timed it, and they timed it wrong, and they don't want to be disqualified, and that's why they turn around, and it's quite confusing. But here we go again. Same 2 people in the lead, and well, we know one is a Nigel.
General recall. I was going to say that did look like it was coming a little bit too close. So general recall. Everybody's going to be coming back to the boats. we're going to give them an old slap on the wrist for those who are a little bit too keen, and the old PMS, meaning that premature starts. And then we will find out and go back into sequence. Let's not forget, when that general recall flag, which was the yellow and blue one you just saw a moment on your screen, when that one goes down, it's 3 minutes until the next green flag. So 1 minute to the yellow and then 3 minutes until we start. So continuing on here, second day of competition. I mean, people are keen. They want to get out there fast, but if you time that start wrong, you will get the guillotine hacking yourself off.
Yeah, you have to have a good start, and it's half the race actually, and that's what they practice a lot actually. When we have the WRCA, when we do our training here in Aruba, you just get training on how to start, and you see it's also not very good when you're over early and you see you're over early and that you just turn around. You cannot do that because there are racers behind you, so also there you get a slap on the wrist because you're endangering the rest. That means if you're over early, you just have to keep going. So let's see what's going to happen in this general recall.
Yes, I've just been told it looks like it was Richard Constapel, lane is number 4. Cohen van der Gulik in at number 7, and Jason Peterson number 15 were the guys that were over early, so they unfortunately are going to miss out on this elimination, and we're going to be going back into sequence very shortly. Continuing on, let's not forget elimination number 3. Idea would be to get to 5, but I reckon that might be cut short because we have that long distance race coming up. The schedule was we were going to be racing until 3 o'clock. It is now 2:45. Just waiting for an updated schedule, as we did have that rainfall. We did start at 1:30 instead of 1 o'clock. Is that going to be extended? We will soon find out. One thing is for sure, when we finish off with the racing over here on the PWA channel, we will continue on with the long distance over on the Aruba HiWinds channel. So make sure to check that out. You will have the link on your screen at the end of this stream. Make sure to click onto that, because the long distance, it is so cool to see, especially that starting moment where there are just hundreds of people going along. That's what we want to see down here in Aruba.
Yeah, it's a beautiful sight to see. All the kites are up in the air, and we have, of course, a little sequence. Not everybody going at going at the same time. Let me see. Let me give me some information on that. The first one to start are the men's and the juniors. 10 minutes after that, that's the women's and the masters in the grandmasters. After that are the men and the masters in the grandmasters, and then 10 minutes later are the kite foilers and the wing foilers, and as last, of course, the windsurfers. And we do this, of course, because the most participants are the men and the juniors. So it's a beautiful sight to see. Yellow flag is up. 2 more minutes for the start. And yeah, if you want to see that action, of course, you go to the ArubaHiWinds.com page and see what we have to offer besides the PWA racing, of course, and all open races. Can't wait for that. So it's also a big event we have here besides slalom, and also having other disciplines like kite cross. So that's also worth your while. It's very exciting, the kite cross, where the kiters have to jump over obstacles within also a slalom. And next heat we can see here Christian Sweers, Tom de Vries, Richard Constapel, and yeah, those are the guys who got a slap on the wrist. So Richard Constapel won't be competing, and Koen van der Gulik. They were over early and penalized for that. So very curious, yellow flag was just up, so we're going to be very close for that start in the wing foiling open division. I see Jay Schnitzler is also there, and Milou Fakkel. A lot of same last names, so that means that's family on the water having fun together, mostly father and sons or father and daughters having fun on the water.
I mean, I love that. I'm fortunate enough myself, as my dad surfs, so we still surf together. And I mean, there's 2 good things about that. 1, dropping in on his wave, because that will get on his nerves. 2 is those moments enjoying it out there on the water. I don't think there's something nicer that you can enjoy with a family member than a sport. It doesn't matter if it's water sport, if it is on land sport, it doesn't matter. It's just so cool to be able to, be out there and share a passion.
Yeah, that's it. And I think a few persons were over early. Let's see if they didn't learn their lesson, but
also, it looks like we have a general recall again. So somebody get me a sniper gun, and I am going to start to shoot these premature starters.
Yeah,
I mean, we got they have an inflatable bladder on these wings, so we could hunt them down. So it looks like this is going to be general recall number 2. At this rate, there's only going to be one, and you can see them laughing out here on the boat. So hey, maybe third time lucky, but we're waiting for those numbers to come in. As I can see, Sarah. Yep. So general at the moment recall number 2. These guys, they want the attention.
I think so, and yeah, they have to train on their starting, of course, but yeah, they're eager to go. So yeah, starting premature, that shows also they really want to get a flying start, and it shows again learning your starting, learning how to approach it. It separates the pros actually from the amateurs in the sense of, okay, you really have to focus on that. Here we can see the start boat having fun right there, having a good time. I see Mr. Snitzel on there, and I want to thank also all the volunteers, over 120 volunteers here for the Aruba HiWinds to make it happen, also to make that sure that everybody is safe, everybody is fed, everybody is secure, and everybody is having a good time, all based on volunteers. And also we're going to thank all the competitors coming back every year, and our numbers are going up in the competition. There's more people signing in, more competing, and also for now at the same time, while we have this slalom foiling, at the same time we are having our big air right in front of the beach. Yes, we have a full packed program here at the HiWinds. So after the slalom, the foilers, they have to after this go right away for the long distance because they're in the same race. So people are on the water. It really is a battle actually here, because every day you get more tired. So I'm curious also to see on the Saturday and the Sunday if they can hold out, because it is really a duration battle to see who gets tired, and you can see what's going to happen right there.
And it looks like it was number 14. So Rus is going to be over early. So now third time lucky. Let's see if we can get this elimination number 3 on a go. As I mean, everybody's excited. You can see the wind is there. Conditions are starting to come on. Yellow flag, less than 2 minutes. Is it going to be less than 2 minutes to a start, or less than 2 minutes to a general recall? We will soon find out.
Well, we can make a little pool here at home and here in our booth to see what's going to happen. Very curious. I think they learned their lesson, and at least the person that are over early, they've learned their lesson. They're not in the start anymore. So that's a good rule right there, thumb of rule. And yeah, I know Rose also very personally, and she is really a dudette. So that fits the description of being over early right there.
I mean, it's so cool to see everybody getting involved down here with the wing foiling. We can see it with the open windsurf division. If you are enjoying the action that you see out here on the stream, you cannot believe how good it is if you come in person. So next year, 2026, the place to be is your Aruba HiWinds. It's such a cool vibe. And then obviously in the evening as well, we have that sunset session. There's DJs, there's bands coming up on the main stage. It really is just a festival and enjoying this beautiful island. And then of course, you know, during the morning and afternoon times, we have conditions for you to go out, and seeing those open categories, everybody just gets involved, and it does look like we are very close to starting one more time. Okay, third time lucky here,
okay,
DJ. Third time lucky.
I want to see how this goes. So we called it out correctly when we saw it, with our own eyes, if it was over early, and it was confirmed what we suspected, that some are over early and that we were not mistaken. So let's see all together in this wing foil open if there are no mistakes anymore. Otherwise, as Joe said, we're going to start shooting down those kites of those wings. That's just a little banter right there. Yes, this is a good start. Now, that was a great shot also to show you that line, and that person had a good start. Let's see, the furthest down, if I'm not mistaken, that could be Nigel with the duo. So let's see for the second and third position. Looking nice and close. So those first, second, third, and fifth looking close.
All right, just got information coming from the little birdie saying that it is the last round of the day. So elimination number 3 will be the final one. So 2 more heats to go. And yep, as you said before, DJ, it does look like it's going to be Nigel. And let's have a little look, see. Okay, number 2. So it's looking like Christian Zuetz is going to be in second place. This looks like he's changed wings one more time, mixing it up. Now, final race of the wing foilers of the day. And it looks like we've got a little battle on our hands. Now we're talking.
Yes, looking good. And let's see if we can keep it close. I'm very curious always around the buoys when they have to make that turn. Is it going to be a wide turn? You want to take a wide turn because you want to be as safe. It's the safest turn there is. But if that person takes a wide turn, the second place can take a little chance and dip on the inside and see if they can make it. But it's a little risky. Let's see how they're going to work it out here. Nigel Hart. Oh, switch stancy right there, getting ready.
Beautiful switches already before. Oh,
yeah, you can see how hard it is.
A wiggle and a wobble, but manages to keep it together. Christian there, just managing to keep that one under wraps. And here we can see our Gasher athlete, if I'm not mistaken. That is going to be Ninga.
That's Mika.
It's Mika. Okay, thank you. All right, so Mika in third place. Number 6, so there he is. We caught up with him. He's a very good freestyler as well. He's come from Curacao, if I'm not mistaken.
Very good. I bumped into him at the food court, and he was telling me, yeah, did you see me jump today? Yeah, he is a freestyler. He is from Curacao, and he was very eager to tell me to look out for his sail and give him some props, and that's where he is.
All right, I want to see a front loop. I'm sorry. I want to see a front loop or a frat 7. Front side 7 or front loop, and you will get the props you deserve. I was told he jumped 8 meters yesterday. I'm going to see if that, well, you know, the validity in that statement. But I reckon maybe... Oh, Nigel goes down. Oh, the final race. So that means, unless anything changes, Christian's going to go with 1 up on him. So Nigel's going to have 2 wins. And if it stays like this, well, anything can happen, as we know. Final jibe. Oh, risking it. Now, that is a bold move, because in all fairness, he didn't need to do that.
No, he didn't need to do that. No, but that's Christian. He can't not do it. He's going for the show because he knows it's behind him.
Strapless on the back, so he doesn't have a back foot strap.
No, look at that. Oh, man.
Sending a kiss to the ladies. Nice work there. So Shaq is in a kiss. Christian, I mean, if you're going to win one, you might as well win the last one. Nigel got those first 2, so it is going to be the overall standings after day number 2. It's going to come down to the line because Christian got the ones yesterday. Today, Nigel has had a couple, so it's going to be a bit of a mix-up. Obviously, there's discards in there as well. So it is going to be Christian in first position as we continue on. But a beautiful battle there to end off the wing foiling for today. All right, so we are starting off as we have our PWA 4 boys under 21, the final race here for them of the day. So it did look like it was going to be Brendan out there, Loho in first position, as I can see as they start to make the turn. And hopefully we'll be able to go a little bit closer. As in a little far back. It's always the battle in between Brendan, Benedict and Casper over the last few heats. But hopefully that drone will get back into place and we will be able to see some of the action. We have the wind surf foil, not the wing foilers right now. So let's continue with the windsurf foil. Great view of the wing foiler there, though. And it looks like we have a general recall. Okay, so a little bit left, right, center, and all over the place. But general recall, meaning that athletes are coming back to the committee boats. And we will have a restart there on your heat number 2 of the PWA Full Boys under 21. All right, so here we can see that heat number 2 who is going out there in the water. We can see Storm Mario, Jacek and Tammy, your 4 boys under 21. Casper Fritz, who has having a very good day. Benedict Emser and Brandon Loha, those top 3. And Jack Drillans, your athletes here of your under 21. And Tino Smits, that appears here, he is in the under 17 division, so not in this under 21. And now getting ready to restart. I think, yes, that general recall is already down, yellow in the sky, so less than 2 minutes. Also got a little bit of kiteboarding action out here in the front as well, as the festivities start to go high here for your Aruba HiWinds 2025 season, the 37th edition of this event. And the vibes down here, as DJ would say, hold on to your coconuts, because we have action coming your way. So we are off. At the top, it looks like it's going to be Benedict right in first position. Yes, it is. We can see Tama there on the bottom. And down here, so that is Storm out as well, as we are continuing. Joan getting close there. But yeah, Benedict is definitely going to be in first place, as we can see him here. Germany 219. So it is going to be Benjamin Emser is going to be your top athlete so far. And I have a feeling that Brandon was over early, as I cannot see him out here. Haven't had that information in, just double checking. All right, so yeah, Benedict. Hand solo. As he walks alone out in front. Here we can see also is going to be Tammy. And that is Tammy there, Aruba 20. And behind him, if I'm not mistaken, that could be Mario. Just trying to catch that one. No, that's going to be Jack Drulard. So Jack Drulard and Tammy. Jack having the upper hand here with that one. And Benedict was in first position. I can't see him out in front anymore, so I'm not sure if we've missed a crash or not. Let's see if we can get a little bit more of an overview, because he was quite nice and comfortably in the lead. No, yep, okay, so the boys have overtaken. Okay, so at the moment, it is going to be Jack Drulard in first position, Tammy in second, and in third is going to be Benedict Enser. And there we can see Casper in fourth there with the duotone as they make their way in. All right, Tammy going to maybe making a move on the inside. Can he get this jibe? No, goes down. Storm making the most of it as well. And there you can see Casper on the outside. So Jack Drulard in first position. Storm Nikolai is going to be in second. And that does look like a pixel of a duotone in third. We'll try and get a little bit closer. Here, your PWA 4 boys under 21. So yeah, it was official that Brendan was over early, so not making it to this third elimination. As we have one more heat to go after this one, and then we're going to have a short break. At 4 o'clock, we are going to be coming back, as I mentioned before, for the long distance. So at 4 o'clock, we will be back with the stream, but it will be on the Aruba HiWinds YouTube. We will set the link up on this for a little bit, so you'll be able to click on it. But at the moment, Jack Drulard is going to be taking out this final heat of the day there for them, as we continue on here for another beautiful day of action of the Aruba HiWinds 2025, closing out your PWA 4 boys under 21 division. And there we are off with the final heat of the day here at the PWA side. Your under 17 and 13 boys and your girls under 21. Out there in front, that is going to be Bobby Lynn once again dominating the weekend. Day number 1, day number 2. And probably going to be dominating all weekend long. She has not dropped a beat since the start. In second position, that is looking like it's going to be Kit de Jong. The de Jong sisters very strong throughout this whole weekend. But it is this young athlete here, Bobby, who has the upper hand in every single one of these races. And just look at that. Textbook perfection there. Cruising and perusing your starboard and Neil Pride athlete. Let's see if she turns around. Maybe a little shaka. A little high to the cameras. Or is she just concentrating, as it does look like she is, on the race at hand, making her way over there to mark number 2. Once again, as soon as we finish off with this race, we are going to have a little bit of a break and the old switcheroo, because at 4 o'clock, we are going to be starting the stream on the Aruba HiWinds YouTube channel. where we will be covering the long distance. Let's not forget, 37th edition of the Aruba HiWinds, and this is a water sports festival. We have kiting, we have wingfoiling, we have windsurfing, we have foil windsurfing, and it is all happening down here. There's a night vibe. If you are down in Aruba, make sure to come and check it out. Over here, what used to be called the Fisherman's Hut location, now honored to Sarah Keita. It is Sarah Keita's beach. And just closing out here as they make their way to that mark number 3. Going to be surrounding that one on the port tack. There it is. And going along for that final jibe. And a long stretch home to another full day of PWA action here. Season opener for your youth and junior divisions in Aruba. We will be moving over to Bonaire as that second tour stop. Over to Denmark for tour stop number 3. Turkey Almaty, tour stop number 4, and closing out the season over there in October in Miami. So cool to see all of the young generations pulling on strong. And beautiful colors down here on Aruba. And Bobby De Jong here is going to be closing this one out. One more jibe. Look at that, leaning in. Not even dropping a beat, not even getting the old pinky toe wet. And now she's just going to straight line it to the finishing line and claim herself yet another full day of victory. 3 for 3 for her. Dominating both divisions, this young athlete. 15 years of age is incredible. Such a bright future. The Dijon sisters already a force to be reckoned with. We can see them being followed here by our FPV. She is going to be coming across that finishing line, excuse me. It's been a long day. So our final race, and there it is across the finishing line. Your under 21 girls winner, Bobby Lynn De Jong, for yet another great day of competition. And as I mentioned before, we will be switching it up at 4 o'clock. But before we do, let's go down as we caught up with Bobby earlier today with a little interview.
Hello, here again at the Aruba HiWinds 2025, just vibing on the beach, trying to catch everybody that's competing and also getting a general idea how the Aruba HiWinds are. So I got 2 competitors next to me, and may I ask your name, sir?
My name is Paulo.
Paulo, where are you from?
I am here from Aruba.
Aruba, you're representing for Aruba, and your name is?
My name is Tiago. I'm also from Aruba.
Okay, and I think you guys were competing in the youth PWA. What division was that?
Under 15.
15?
I also raced in under 15.
Okay, and do you guys race more often here, or is this your first race?
I have raced before, but like another beach. And yeah, but this is my first HiWinds.
Okay, and for you?
This is also my first HiWinds, but last year I participated in the regatta.
Oh, in the regatta, okay. And what do you think about this race? Is it exciting? I mean, it's quite exciting with the timer and getting ready. How is your strategy and how are you feeling about your start? What's your overall feel? Are you happy what you did?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. It went way better than yesterday. Today I got 2nd place. Yesterday I was pretty mid, like 5th place. So yeah, it went better.
Okay, good. Yeah, because the first day you can learn a lot and then take that to the next day. How did your first day go and compared to your day today?
My first day was, I became 2 times 2nd and 1 time 1st. And that went really good, but today I did better. Once last, but 2 times 1st place.
Okay, and was it quite challenging with the wind, or how did your turns go? And were you happy about that, or is something you can practice on?
The turns went good. The speed also went good, but sometimes the wind was a little bit hard, so I got pushed too much.
Okay, but that's something you can learn and even get better in, huh?
Yeah.
For you also, how was the wind for you?
The wind was coming from a weird way. It was coming more from that way instead of like normally that way. But yeah, the turns, some people like kept falling at the turns, so like you have to like maneuver to like not hit them and stuff.
Yeah, and in fact, everybody has the same wind. It's just how are you going to use it strategically and how are you going to get better, because it's all the same wind and somebody is first, so you got to get your practice in and get your strategy on it. And what do you think about the HiWinds? How do you feel about it in Aruba?
Yeah, great that they can like organize the stuff in our island, because Yeah, it's beautiful here. The wind is nice. Yeah, it's great.
Understand? And how do you think about, what do you think about Aruba High?
Every place is like really nice, the sand and where all the kites can be, good place, and all the restaurants are really good with food.
Yeah, and also that we're on the PWA list, of course, eh? I mean, normally you have to go to all the other countries, and it's just right here in Aruba. That's amazing, isn't it? All right, thank you for the interview, guys, and wish you the best of luck with your competition.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, so what a full day of action we have had here for day number 2 of the Aruba HiWinds 2025 with your PWA Youth and Junior divisions. There has been some standout moments, a little bit of rain, we've had the sunshine, it has all been happening here, but another full day of competition. We'll be starting off tomorrow here, day number 3. So thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. It has been great to see the action down here on the beautiful, crystal clear blue waters of Sarakita's Beach. And we will see you tomorrow.